Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to the Ward Complex here at Stormont, just 3 or 4 miles outside of Belfast. It's decision day in the Rario IP50 Cup. We've got the Northern Knights up against the Northwest Warriors. The Knights need to win to lift the trophy. So just before the game starts today, Stephen Elkin was out in the middle with the two captains for the toss.
Well, welcome to Stormont and this final decider of the Rario series, and it's a big day for both sides. I've got the captains here, Mark Adair and Andy McBride, and our umpire today, Bill Thompson. So we're going to do the toss and see what happens.
Heads the call. Heads it is.
So, decision taken by Andy McBride to bat first.
Yep.
And why did you decide to do that?
It's a used wicket, and the way I went about the other day, I think it might take a wee bit more spin in the second innings, and we've got 3 spinners in our time, so we'll hopefully post a good score on the board and then obviously defend it down.
It's not been a common decision for teams to bat first, but it's purely based on what you've seen perhaps on Tuesday, is it?
A wee bit of a Tuesday, and obviously the overhead conditions is obviously a good day for batting first, so we're going to try and make the most of it.
Okay, well done, Andy, and best of luck. Can I just ask you one more question?
Yep.
What motivates your team today?
We like to finish on a high. We know it hasn't been our best season, so we've had a couple of good chats, and the most important thing is for us to take positive out of the game.
Well done.
Cheers.
Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Hope it goes well.
Cheers.
Well, Mark,
Yeah.
they're going to bat.
Yeah.
What would you have done?
I would have had a bat as well. Yeah, can't seem to win a toss. I don't think I've won one all year. But it's a pretty good wicket. But I think it will spin towards the end of the day, like we saw yesterday. So hopefully we can bowl them out for a cheap total, and that doesn't really come into play.
You had 2 chances on Tuesday. Now it's down to 1. How does that make you feel today? Big decider on the line.
Yeah, it doesn't really change how we're going to go about it. Obviously, start of the week our aim was to win 2 from 2. So unfortunately we didn't win the first one. So we come in today with the same attitude.
Any changes in your team today?
Yeah, Cade Carmichael comes in for Rupert Torres.
Okay. Best of luck.
Cheers, thanks very
Hope
much.
it goes well.
Enjoy.
So that's it. The toss has been done. We're going to see the Northwest Warriors bat, and it's a beautiful day for cricket.
So there we go. Details of the toss. Andrew McBride of the Northwest Warriors was successful with the coin flip, and he has decided to bat first here in this final game of the Rario Interprovincial 50 Cup. As I mentioned earlier, it's decision day for the Northern Knights. Northwest Warriors currently on 9 points. They can reach the same total as the leaders, the Leinster Lightning, 14 with a bonus point win today. But their run rate is such that it's almost impossible for them to win this tournament. But I think they'll be looking to get one over their northern neighbours here and finish the season on a high. Whereas the home side, Northern Knights, had their first bite of the cherry on Tuesday, but fell to defeat to the Leinster Lightning. So they'll have to go again today. And just having a little chat with some of the backroom staff. Might be a fairly important toss there, with the Warriors deciding to bat first on a wicket that was used on Tuesday. And they'll be looking to maybe affect that a little bit later on. I have some team news which I'll bring to you in a few moments, but beside me in the commentary box today, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome back Stephen Elkin. Stephen, I haven't seen you for a good few months now. It seems a long time ago when we were talking, but here you are in a beautiful sunny Belfast. You're very welcome along today.
I'm delighted to be here, and what an occasion for Irish cricket. This the final game of the series, and it's right down to the wire, and the pressure is on the Knights, dare I say, even though they have so far been the best team in the championship, and they have the chance to win the trophy today, but it's just a little bit edgy in their dressing room following that defeat on Tuesday. And it's going to be Tom Mays to open the bowling from the city end. And it's young Liam Doherty taking the first ball. Played very correctly into the covers for no run. Fabulous morning here, though there is the slight hint that maybe we could get some thunder showers later in the day. People are saying that it's a possibility at around 2-3 o'clock this afternoon.
Stephen. Yeah, checking the weather this morning. There is a little glimmer of a humidity and possibly bringing a bit of a thunderstorm, but the weather's been so good and we're so delighted to have this tournament get finished on the park. We should be okay today. Through to the keeper. So yeah, the weather should be fine. Obviously we're a little bit wary of those thunderstorms, but I mean, looking above us right now, beautiful blue sky. 10:45 in the morning. The dew again has almost completely burnt away. The outfield will speed up, but it's a pretty important toss to win for the Warriors, given what we saw on Tuesday.
Couple of slips in for Mays in this opening over, and that ball moving away off the seam, which is something that you saw here on Tuesday, and it was quite remarkable what this wicket was doing then.
It was quite a remarkable day of cricket actually on Tuesday, because the Lightning came in and a bit of a mixed bag from the night's openers. They bowled some absolute cracking deliveries, just with seam movement, got rid of the top four of the Lightning in short order, and everybody was talking about having a quick day. Could be off the mark here, and yeah, just a half stop. He's okay. Also there, just taking one on the thumb there, I think. Looks to be okay. It's a high five anyway. Looks to be okay. So yeah, 3 or 4 down early, and then the Lightning just came back and really didn't even counterpunch. Really a knockout blow from first of all DeFreitas and Dockrell, and that was then backed up even more so by Delaney, and even more so again by a fantastic century from Seamus Lynch.
Man of the match on Tuesday, Seamus Lynch. That's the game's first wide.
He was by far the man of the match, even though Gavin Hoy took 6 wickets. We gave it to the man who got his maiden century, and he did turn the game. There's no doubt about that. The Knights were really on top, and that 107 came from just 60 odd deliveries, and really turned the game. And it was a belligerent innings from Lynch. Just drifting on leg again. Mays
just turned down to fine leg for a single.
So yeah, that was the first bite of the cherry for the Knights, and maybe I talked the market there at the toss at 2 goals at it, and maybe that got into their head a little bit, that they did have this sort of comfort blanket today, that if they lost on Tuesday they have another game. But now we're into that game. The pressure is, as you mentioned it earlier on, it's really on the Knights to perform today and not waste the great season they've had so far. There's a better line from Mays.
6-3 field for Mays in that opening over, which ends with the score on 3. Both opening batters just off the mark. Early days here at the Ward on a beautiful sunny morning. Anybody in Belfast or in the surrounding areas who loves their cricket, why not come out and support these teams and come and see what could be one of the most competitive matches of this season. 12th match of the series. We've only had 2 captains choosing to bat first.
No coincidence, it's been this week. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, some very interesting team news coming from particularly the Northern Knights camp. That 12-man squad they had hasn't changed, but personnel has, and you probably have a bit of an inkling to that from that first over, because on Tuesday it was Ryan Pretorius who took the new ball, bowled a couple of overs, got the wicket of Andrew Balbirnie. He's been left out today and has been replaced by Cade Carmichael, who's come in to the 11. Cade Carmichael's been very good this year. He missed out on Tuesday. Let's mark it there from the Dundonald end. Starts off right on the money. So interesting team news there. Obviously, Ryan Pretorius, opening bowler for the Knights, also bowls a lot in those middle overs. But it might be just an indication of the Knights feeling about the wicket, bringing in Cade Carmichael, who actually, over the past 3 or 4 weeks for his club side, has proved very, very adept at coming in and taking wickets for his club side. He wouldn't have the pace of Ryan Pretorius, but he's been very useful for his club side in Stonians over the past few weeks.
And of course also very useful with the bat. Very much an all-rounder now.
Yeah, I don't think they're losing out certainly too much there. I think the quality of player of Keith Carmichael and Pretorius probably be a bit more of a belligerent player, likes to get bat on ball, hit fours, whereas Keith Carmichael a little bit more, say, correct batter and likes to build in innings. And again, maybe that's what the Knights coaching setup is looking for, just a little bit of stability in the middle order, glue to build round. There's plenty of batters. So yeah, just with that side, Estonian's been very successful in the Northern Cricket Union this year. They have won the league title in the Union with, if you remember, Stephen, a favourite of yours, Kane Robertson, who was playing for the Warriors at the start of the season, left arm spinner. He's got injured, isn't playing, so Keith Carmichael has picked up the bowling duties. Has done very well, so wouldn't be surprised to see him having a few overs today.
Yeah, Robertson will be missed, I think. He's come in this year at this level and has looked really at home and has made it hard for batters. I've seen him change the course of matches just by his accuracy and his subtle use of spin. I wonder if the Knights might miss him today as a, just an extra threat.
Yeah. That's a nice delivery. Just a little bit of shape there. Yeah, the Warriors obviously took him. He plays in the Northern Cricket Union, Cade. Has sort of been, as he would term, on loan to the Warriors, but that injury just came at a really bad time for him. And he would have been champing at the bit to be bowling here today. I can assure you, second innings, the spin we saw on Tuesday, I haven't really mentioned it yet, I'm sure we'll get into it. But they have taken Carson McCulloch from CIYMS up. Similar action. Oh, it's a little bit airy-fairy from Dohney there. Real conviction in that shot. And a maiden
very
to start with from there.
From the Warriors electing to bat after winning the toss. And after 2 overs, both openers still on one. A fine maiden over from Mark Adair, and it's 3 for no wicket after 2 overs. But batting, you would think, would only get easier as this day goes on. Unless, of course, that wicket does the strange things that it did on Tuesday.
I think that may be the case. It's a really strange sort of scenario here, because you would think, looking at the conditions at the moment, sun out, and you would be saying on a normal sort of day, that's, and Stormont, you normally want to bowl first. That's well played.
Nice firm shot from Doherty into wide mid-on, but just a single.
Yeah, normally you'd want to bowl first, because the conditions would get a little bit easier as the sun would sort of dry out the ground and the outfield and things like that. But I mean, we'll probably talk about it quite regularly, but just haven't seen what occurred on Tuesday, as we sort of briefly touched on. Seam early on, but then towards the end of the innings, spin, and really quite prodigious spin from the 2 leg spinners, particularly Gavin Hoey, who took 6 for
26, and he didn't get man of the match. But then, as you said, Lynch with that maiden century at A cricket level. First player ever from the Terenure club to do that.
But it was very interesting to watch Simi Singh. If you were with us on Tuesday's first ball to Paul Stirling, got deposited right over the side screen for 6, bowled an off break, and straight away after that turned to leg spin and just bowled almost exclusively leg spin from there. That's a better ball from Mays, just nipping back to Dohney. Good lines. So he bowled leg spin and got some real turn. And if you get the chance to go back and watch Morgan Topping's wicket from Tuesday, the delivery that Gavin Hoey bowled, I've watched it again since, just drifted into the leg stump and then spun past the defence of Topping and hit the off stump. Almost a picture perfect delivery for a leg spinner. So there's plenty on offer for spin.
Dare I say, Shane Warne-esque.
It was a little, it really was the drift that he was getting, and that middle order was just blown away by Hoy. Of the Knights, they were right in the contest at one stage when Sterling and Topping were going. But having broken that partnership, Hoy just ran through the Knights lineup, and it was a very difficult time to bat. And obviously losing the toss here today, they're going to have to chase again. So really, Mays and Adair up front, be looking to get inroads into this Warriors lineup.
Pulled away, short delivery. That's going to be, will it run away to the boundary?
I think that due just going to hold
Not
up.
Quite. Slightly down the hill into that corner where the scoreboard is. But a couple of runs. So Doherty moves to 3. Doherty on 2. 6 for no wicket.
Yeah, Tom Mays on Tuesday probably didn't have his greatest day with the ball. Struggled at both ends with his run up more than anything. It was just his getting into the crease. He's overstepped on at least 3 occasions. Obviously, he's not confident in his run up. Affects everything. No problems today so far in terms of the run up. Just lets you concentrate on what you're trying to do. Decent over.
That's it, the end of the 3rd over. 6 for no wicket now. Doherty on 3, Doherty on 2. And just none for 6 for Mays of his 2 overs so far.
Just looking at possibly the psyche of the Knights at the moment. They obviously played here, as we've mentioned quite a few times already in these first 3 overs. They played on Tuesday and saw what the wicket was doing. But you can't really let that affect and chase wickets that they think, oh, we've got to bowl these Warriors out for 120, 130, and because otherwise it's going to be difficult to chase. You've just got to play the game and let your basic cricket do its stuff. Stump to stump and let the wicket do it. You can take wickets along the way, rather than maybe sort of trying to bowl that magic ball and maybe overstep and things like that and give away runs. But so far, Mays and Adair pretty settled. Mark Adair looks quite relaxed there, having a bit of a chat. Matthew Humphreys, I think. A bit of a laugh. It's good to see.
Lots of dot balls in these opening 4 overs, 3.1 overs so far. It's been a very solid start from the Knights. Beautiful
delivery. That is a
delivery.
beauty. That's textbook Mark Adair. Just a little bit back of a length. Good carry through to Neil Rock. A fairly phlegmatic character, Mark Adair.
I was looking at the wicket earlier, and there is just a slight tinge of green back of a length at that end.
Possibly that's that carry through. Ball just hits that green spot. If there is a little bit of grass on it, can't take off. That's Fuller.
Good shot.
That's a nice shot. That's Fuller this time from Adair. Doherty leans on it. So
First
stuff from Doherty because he's just been beaten by a great delivery. You can see him just doing a little bit of gardening. That's going to be well outside his leg stump where he's gardening, but a little bit of habit maybe, but you can see there, he's just length on that. And we saw earlier in the week how quick the outfield is. There were absolutely no difficulties with run rates.
Matt Humphreys with the rag just to make sure the ball is fully dry. There is some moisture in the outfield given the early morning dew. We're in September, don't forget. It might be an absolutely beautiful day here, but there is still some moisture in the ground. Flash and a miss there from Doherty.
Tries to see him. Shot. Just can't execute just as well.
Slightly more pitched up that delivery, and it was a little bit wider. Doherty not using his feet sufficiently to get across to it. Still a couple of slips in here in the early part of this match. Just the 2 men out in the opening 10 overs. Power play, of course. Long leg and 3rd man.
Oh, and you could see Mark Adair Puts his head in his hands there. That's just pitched. Going in towards middle stump and just pitched and seamed away off the wicket. And, good nick. You get something on that. And it's just taken off.
See, Doherty and Doheny were just having a
No
little
doubt.
knuckle job together. Probably thanking the stars that they've survived some of those excellent bowling deliveries. There's another one. Flash and a miss again outside off stump.
There looks to the heavens. He just looks up into the sky. Can't believe he hasn't picked up a wicket there. The ball still doing plenty after these 4 overs. Just boundary. Yeah.
One boundary of Adair's bowling. He's had 11 dots and 1 boundary ball. And after 4, it's 10 for no wicket. Doherty on 6, Doheny on 3.
Very similar start, certainly from Mark Adair, beating the bat on a regular basis and almost unplayable deliveries. On Tuesday we watched George Dockrell got 2 absolute rippers back to back, and really good body language from George Dockrell. He just laughed it off and basically just said, there's not a great deal I can do about that. I've missed them and I just focus on the next ball, and a really good learning point for young cricketers. That's
Nice
overpitched.
shot. Lovely shot, just gracefully stepped on by Doheny, and away it goes to that clubhouse boundary for the innings second 4. And a good shot.
Yeah, Tom May's just over pitching there with a bit of width. And Doheny, even though he hasn't been in the best of form recently, still a quality player, isn't going to miss out on that. No real movement. He can just take half a stride out to that and let his hands through the ball. Confident in the bounce. 3 for 4. May's got to tighten. Does so.
Yeah, Doheny coming into this match with 150 runs to his name in the series so far this year. Currently 9th in the batting stats with an average of 37.5.
Yeah, I think he's the highest in the list for the Northwest Warriors, which actually tells its own tale a little bit. 150 in 6 games. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you'd be looking your top order, somebody in the top 4 to be bringing you. Well, you're looking 200 at least, for a season.
You compare that with Topping and Rock, who are the top 2 scorers for the Knights. They've got 213, 253 runs. That's the kind of level that you really have to be at if you want to win a tournament like this.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's been the Achilles heel for the Warriors this year, just not being able to put totals on the board. The games they've won, I think you were at the very first game down in Cork, and they beat the Reds, but that was a lot to do with the toss, I think, early season. Put the Reds in. I think they only got 150, I think, and a couple of innings. Get a few that day. But early season there, they haven't really posted any major totals. They'll be looking to close out today with a good performance. Maybe get some confidence going in the winter season. Some of their players. That's a lovely shot. That is a beautiful shot.
Backward of square for 4. Second boundary of the innings for Doheny, who moves to 11 off just 17 deliveries. 18 for no wicket in the 5th over.
Again, talk about it regularly. Just watch Doheny's balance here. Up on his toes. Top of the ball. And he's absolutely cracked that through. You can hear the sound off the bat. Really nice timing. Slip comes out immediately. So just got 4 men in the ring on the offside. Just 1 slip now. Paul Stirling there. A little bit wide of slip. Tighter line a little bit. But
he lets that
really
one go.
Targeting the stumps, Tom Mays at the moment.
Good work by Doheny in that over. Very patient. This is a good start from the Northwest Warriors. No wickets down. That's crucial after 5 overs. 18 for no wicket. Doherty on 6, Doheny on 11. But some good accurate bowling, bar a couple of deliveries from the Northern Knights, though they'll probably be thinking we should have a breakthrough by now.
Yeah, certainly at this end, Mark Adair has beaten the bat on a few occasions. See, Grangeman, McCormick is out there doing a little bit of gardening on one of the old wickets.
Must be a tiny little hole, perhaps, that is
filling something in, possibly, yeah.
Putting the fielders off.
But yeah, no wickets. And again, just looking at the Knights and their sort of thought process. They don't want to get caught in the mindset we've got to take wickets and continually take wickets. You know, it's worry too much about the pitch later. You can deal with that when you're batting. Just go through your normal plans, your normal processes, and let that take its course. And if the Warriors bat well, good luck to them, but just don't try and overthink it.
That is a danger, isn't it, in this kind of cup final scenario?
Yeah, for sure. It is a kind of cup final here. Pros, different problems.
That's come off the edge.
That's a chance.
Towards third man. And it's dropped, it's down. So a survival moment for Liam Doherty. Morgan Topping, not quite able to get to the pitch of that one.
Yeah, Topping will be disappointed there. And Doherty trying to force it. He didn't get close enough to it. It was a long time in the air. I've talked about the conditions, Stephen. It is a strange thing. I've mentioned it a few times. Just with absolutely no cloud cover. Sometimes when the ball goes so far in the air, it's hard to sort of judge it with no cloud and perception. Topping will be in action again.
Saved nicely by
but just when the ball is in the air,
Doheny that time, down to third man for a single.
If you have a little cloud cover, you can kind of get the depth of the ball, and sometimes there is no cloud to judge that. It does get on you a little bit quicker than. And I think Morgan would have liked that one back again. Maybe got under the trajectory a little bit better.
It's a difficult one when it comes off the edge like that. Difficult to judge. More difficult than a ball that's hit firmly. That's a bouncer right through and well away from off stump.
You're trying to say too much time to think about it. That's what you're trying to say.
Not so much that. It's the spin on the ball. It affects the trajectory of the ball in the air. Whereas a firmly hit shot, you can see it better towards your hands. He was coming in right from the boundary rope. He's right out there in the deep, and it was probably 15-20 yards in front of him by the time he got to it.
I think he'll be disappointed, though. I do think he'll be disappointed. You know, at the time, he's got a little bit of time to judge it, and really should be taking that. Skipper still wicketless.
Oh, that one's snicked away.
Flying through slip.
Wide of second.
It's not going to improve Mark Adair's mood one little bit. Flies wide of Theo van Verkum, who's at second slip. We saw a very similar dismissal on Tuesday, where I think it was Liam Doherty on that occasion as well, off it there. But that time it was a soft nick, and Ryan Pretorius took the catch in that second slip. This time a much more forceful nick, and the ball has flown. But again, a chance. It is a chance. And Mark Adair has said, I want another one in there. He's the captain, so nobody's going to argue with him. In goes the third slip.
Streaky shots from both batters in this over. And that time Doherty very happy to let that one just go through to the keeper. 6 off the over. Mark Adair steaming in the heat. It's 24 for no wicket after 6.
Yeah, I think he might be steaming in a few other areas as well, because 2 chances in that over. And we've talked about maybe not overthinking it, but they will want some wickets early. Want to get let's say, a fragile Warriors lineup. Thinking about their confidence. Couple early again. If they can get off to a start here, possibly half-century opening partnership, that will certainly calm the dressing room, get them a platform. So it's not taking the chances. Disappoint them for the night so far.
Just one slip in place now for Tom Mays as he comes in for his 4th over. Played straight to mid-on, no run.
Definitely looking more dangerous from this end. Mark it there.
Matt Foster is warming up down at long leg.
Yeah, that was the plan from the Knights on Tuesday. A couple of overs from Pretorius first up, and then Matt Foster came on at one end.
Turned nicely square. That'll be a single to Doheny, who moves to 13. 25 for no wicket, 6.2 overs gone.
And Matt Foster actually bowled at that city end on Tuesday, and was a bit of a mixed bag. He bowled because some of his deliveries were almost unplayable. He picked up a couple of wickets in one over. Did go for a few boundaries though. As I said, even though the wicket was a little bit difficult, run rates were extremely high, quick scoring ground. And I mean, if you looked at the Leinster Lightning, even though they were losing wickets, they were always going at a run of ball. 6 increased that obviously when Lynch and Delaney got going, but they were always going at a run of ball. And very similar in the second innings, even though it was a little bit difficult at times. The Knights were going at 6 and over until they lost all of those wickets. So basically, having been here at Stormont quite often over the years, it's a very quick scoring ground. Big open spaces, and the ball does go to the boundary rather quite a lot. It's a super stop. Ross Adair. Cover.
Conservative running, I'd say, between the wickets. These two taking no chances early on in the innings, making sure that they build a platform. Warriors won the toss, of course, and elected to bat. That was the decision of Andy McBride at the toss, and he'll be wanting his side to set a formidable target here for the Knights. Another snick, and maybe a run or two here. Humphreys with the diving stop. Just one to Doherty this time.
Yeah, real good work there from Matthew Humphreys. He's coming around from a wideish third man. Good pace to get round and just make sure he gets everything behind it. And even keeps it down to 1. But again, getting the outside edge from Mays. Still plenty happening here for the bowlers. Yeah, come in, finishes 4th. Ball to Doheny. Doheny is down the track.
Cracker of a shot, over cover. Might not reach the boundary. Good chase out there by Cade Carmichael. So just a couple this time. And at the end of the 7th over, Mays' 4 have gone for 18. It's Doherty on 12, Doheny on 15. And after 7, 28 without loss. A good solid run rate of 4 for over.
Yeah, they'll be okay with that. The Warriors, as I say, just been susceptible to early wickets this season. Even on Monday at Brady in their home match against the Reds, Stephen Doheny, for example, just casually flicked into the leg side, picked out square leg early on. And a few sort of decision making from them gave away the few wickets early, and really the Reds just ran through them. Still 3 slips in for Adair. Ball well played though. Good defensive shot from Doherty. I mentioned this on Monday, Stephen. Just going to have a word with the Warriors coaching system to see if they can split Doherty and Doheny up. Just for me and you. bound to get it wrong here. We're bound to get it wrong at some stage.
It's those blonde locks that give me the clue. The man on strike, Liam Doherty, with the curly hair coming out of that helmet. Thought about a run there, but nothing doing. Straight to mid-off, where Foster is the fielder.
It's good stuff from Adair, you have to say. Very little coming, just a couple of boundary and then a couple of missed chances at neck through. Went for 4 as well, so I have to say he's been a little unlucky not to have at least one in that column beside his name.
Played very correctly to mid-on. James McCullum sprightly, quickly onto it.
Yeah, we think Matthew Foster may be coming on the other end, but it'll be very interesting to see, first of all, how many Mark Adair bowls here. Because obviously one of his great strengths is not only up front, just towards the back end of an innings. Probably Ireland's go-to.
Another flash and a miss from Doherty. Outside the off stump, that's his weakness. Keep feeding him that, I'd say.
Yeah, I think the locks of Mark Adair are getting a bit of a going through here. His hand going through his hair every time. He's exasperated at the moment. As I say, it might be interesting. This is the end of his 4th over. He will have looked to have broken through by now, but can't really keep going here because he's got to keep some in the tank for later. And obviously no Pretorius in the lineup today. Left alone this time. So yeah, no Pretorius, who would have been the 4th seamer on Tuesday. So will we see? Obviously we think Matthew Foster's going to come on to replace Tom Mays, possibly at the City end. Perhaps Mays will switch to this end, or will they, within the power play, turn to spin within the power play? Be very interesting to see. Plenty of spin options.
Yeah, Theo van Workum, one of the top wicket takers in the series this year. And it's through. There's the breakthrough. A full pitch delivery in the block hole. And that's the end of Liam Doherty, out for 12, bowled by the Northern Knights captain Mark Adair. And the first wicket goes down at 28 at the end of 8. It's 28 for 1, and Adair has 1 for 10 after 4.
Yeah, you have to say a very well-deserved wicket from Mark Adair. Beating the bat, had a couple of chances put down, one extremely difficult to slip, one at third man, so he just decides to take the catchers out of the equation. Bowls a full and nice quick ball, just nipping back and taking the leg stump of Liam Doherty. So yeah, I'll do it myself, says Mark Adair. Hits the stumps. Really, as I say, well-deserved wicket. We mentioned about him possibly taking himself off at the end of his 4th. Interesting to see with that wicket. If he thinks that's job done for me, or maybe I could do one more, especially with the guy coming in now, his Irish international teammate, Andrew McBride from Donnamana, of course, captain of the Warriors. And it is going to be Matthew Foster straight away. The change. Tom Mays didn't bowl badly, but just a couple of width deliveries which Stephen Doherty took care of to the boundary. Always going to happen, I suppose, in a quick scoring ground. You can't go through 24 deliveries really without a few, but certainly the main threat has come from Mark Adair. He's broken through. 28 for 1 from 8. We're going to see Matthew Foster from the City end.
Short and pulled away. Fine shot from Stephen Doherty, just to 4. Couple of bounces over that rope on the Belfast Road side of the ground, and not a great start for Matt Foster.
No, sort of ambling in there. I think Foster That'll be short. Anything short of a length a couple of days ago was disappearing into those trees towards that Belfast Road, as you say, Stephen. So length is going to be key here for Matthew Foster. As I mentioned on Tuesday, it was a bit of a mixed bag. He bowled some absolute beauties. Got a couple of wickets. It did bowl a little bit short at times. So a skipper will be looking for him to back up that wicket. Got to find his rhythm very quickly here. Of course, this is, as we mentioned, his home ground. Club-wise, been with Civil Service North on this Stormont ground many years, so he'll be well used to it. Just like a possible change of field here.
Skipper Mark Adair now fielding at mid-off and having a good, healthy chat with bowler Foster. Just making a little change here.
So
McCullum moving round to backward square leg on the one inside the circle, and the man out deep has gone square. For that short ball, but it's hit straight to mid-on. No run.
Yeah. Not sure about that man out there. Obviously, they're just trying to take that wicket on the boundary. We did see one or two catches out there, but it is a shorter boundary on that direction, and just not sure about bowling short to Doherty.
And that one's snicked away, and it's going to go too fine for Tom Mays to reach. So a boundary off the edge. We've seen quite a few runs off the edge so far this morning. That's another 4 to Doherty. He moves to 23, but still doesn't look like he's settled.
That's going into the basket. Second slip, I think. But obviously with those fours coming, Adair decided to dispense with his second slip. Paul Stirling is quite wide there, I suppose. He couldn't get there. Another boundary. Driven.
Well pitched up and fielded well by Ross Adair in the covers.
Just quite interesting there. Stephen, just see in front of me as that neck went through slip. I just see Paul Stirling going through a little bit of a warm-up, getting his arms windmill.
Yeah, scored, bowled a few overs on Tuesday.
He did. And
In the
interesting to see if he
absence
comes on.
of Pretorius, of course, he's an extra option, and that's well pulled wide of the man at mid-on, and that's going to go away for 4 by the scoreboard. Another boundary for Doherty.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why that sort of field change not for me here, because the pace in the wicket, it's not overly quick wicket. Still a little bit of moisture out there. And you see on that occasion, shortish ball. Doherty has all the time in the world to hit that in front of square. The man it backward. You're probably looking at the deck to be a little bit quicker, hurrying on to the batter. Doherty easily pulls that in front of square.
Expensive over from Foster. Immediately after the wicket, ball from Mark Adair in the last ball of the previous over. He goes for 3 fours in that first over, none for 12 for him. Doherty has moved to 27 off 28 deliveries. McBride about to face his first delivery, and it's going to be bowled by Mark Adair, who stays on for his 5th over, maybe hoping to get one more before the end of the power play.
Yeah, not what the Knights would have wanted there with that wicket going in the previous over. Beautiful.
Well played by McBride. He just leant into that, and it's pushed away to the square boundary on the cover side. Very nice way to start your innings.
Nothing better. Left-hander, just angling across. Not a great deal of movement there. And really just leant on it. No great swing of the bat, just punched it through. Once you beat the man there on that side, goes for 4. So, last 7 balls, 4 boundaries. Much tighter line from Adair.
Right on the off stump and played correctly to mid-off, where Tom Mays was the fielder. 44 for 1 in the 10th over. Adequate start for the Northwest Warriors in the power play. After the first 10 overs, the fielding side can have up to 4 players outside the circle. So boundary shots tend to get more difficult from overs 11 to 40. Nice. Another good delivery. Left alone by McBride. These two will have faced each other so many times, practicing with the Irish team, and they both know each other's play so well.
Well, that's what interprovincial cricket is about. International teammates coming up against each other. As you mentioned, they know each other very well. That's perhaps why Mark Adair is coming round the wicket now.
And it's short and pulled away, but there is a man down there at long leg. So just a single.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be massive amount of pace in the wicket. As you mentioned, no rain over the last week or so, haven't had plenty of it in July and August. So it's been difficult for the ground staff to produce wickets, and having just the last week to try and get this in order. Difficult to have right up to top level.
Well pitched up right into the block hole, and well played by Doheny. Back to the bowler.
It's been coming on okay to the bat. It's not as if it's been sort of too paced. It's still coming on okay, but in terms of just the seam bowling, it doesn't look to be a wicket where you can just use your pace to blow the batsman away. I think there's enough pace in it for that, which is why, as we mentioned in the last over, that short pitch stuff, and maybe the Knights went a little bit too early to that on Tuesday.
Down the leg side. And that's signalled wide, so still one more delivery in the power play. So the score moves to 46 for 1. McBride has made a very solid start to his innings. Doheny with 27 now off 29 deliveries. I think the Northwest Warriors will be feeling the happier of the two sides as we come to the end of the 10th over. A little bit of a leading edge on that one. He was trying to turn it to leg and ended up going on the offside, and that is the end of Mark Adair's 5th over. 1 for 16 for him. McBride's on 5, Doheny on 27, and at the end of the first power play, it's 46 for 1. I was thinking after 3 or 4 overs that the Northwest Warriors would probably love to be about 40 after 10 overs, but they've exceeded that for the loss of just the 1 wicket. Liam Doherty bowled by Mark Adair a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be overly displeased with their start. They've looked comfortable, or have been. The ball's beating the bat and given a couple of chances, but they've managed to put away anything particularly wide. As we've mentioned a few times, get value for your runs here at Stormont. Outfield will be quick now, it'll speed up as the day goes along with the weather we've got. So yeah, definitely this occasion, Mark Adair will be looking for Matthew Foster. Tighten up certainly his length.
Round the wicket to McBride, played straight into the covers. Matt Humphreys the fielder, no run. Wonderful plans for this ground, I believe. Lots of money coming into the coffers of Cricket Ireland and the NCU, and a big development programme in prospect over the next few years.
Yeah, the ground here at Stormont. Just see this ball out. Hold, no run. The ground here at Stormont actually is the home of the Northern Ireland Civil Service Sports Association, and they have a large complex here couple of cricket grounds here. There's a second pitch just down to our right. The rugby pitch is behind us. Hockey, 3G. There's quite a big sports complex here. There are big plans to try and make it an even more attractive venue going forward. And obviously, this is the ground in the Northern Cricket Union where Ireland play their international cricket. And although there were no games in the Northern Union for Ireland this year mainly because of the two qualifying tournaments that were involved, certainly next year. So it's extremely busy summer, looking ahead next summer for Ireland at home.
Lovely delivery from Foster. Little bit of lift, beating the outside edge. It's good over this so far. Good comeback after giving up 12 runs in his first over.
Yeah, so there are plans here, about facilities and trying to give spectators. You see that delivery from Foster. That is exactly what his skipper's after. Right on a length, nipping away. That's nice. A little high. But certainly, this is exactly what we saw on Tuesday. First over, plenty of boundaries from Foster. 3 in that over, but this one, he's looking dangerous now, and you couldn't have said that in the first over.
First shout for LBW this morning.
It's jagged back. Was high.
High and leg side.
Just jagging back into McBride. That's good over. McBride was caught on Monday on the crease, LBW.
Yeah, McBride was very frustrated with himself that he didn't get anything off the third delivery of the over. And he's played out the entire one now. 11 overs gone. A maiden for Foster. None for 12 for him off 2. McBride still on 5. Doheny, who'll be on strike 27. It's 46 for 1. It is a beautiful ground. The outfield is absolutely immaculate. Almost as flat as a pancake. Maybe even flatter.
Yeah, Philip McCormick, head groundsman here, along with Ross Waite, do a great job with the ground. Obviously, the club games. So we mentioned Civil Service North, playing the Premier League in the Northern Cricket Union. They are home side here, so he's got to look after them. But obviously, the interprovincial and national games take precedence. There's plenty of cricket goes on here, so he's a busy man, Philip McCormick.
Theo Van Workum in shot. He's going to come on now from the Dundonald end to take over from Mark Adair, whose 5 overs went for 16 runs, and the wicket of Liam Doherty.
This is what I'm interested in to see here. A little bit of movement on offer for the seam bowlers, as we've seen, but given all the talk, this is the interesting phase now. Left arm, and there you can see first ball, serious spin, and although that will give Theo Van Verkum a big lift straight away, I'm sure the batters in the Knights team will be thinking, we've got a bat on this second.
Little bit pitched up there at full toss, which is just calmly played away to deep cover. Single to Doheny, who hasn't been on strike much in the last couple of overs. That'll bring the left-hander McBride on strike.
See, this is going to spin in to the left-hander. Maybe a little bit easier. The left-hander to negotiate, but even seeing that first delivery, so perhaps Van Verkum may look to turn one and then look to pull a few, going straight on immediately. McBride's out with the sweep. Work to do.
Should get a couple here. Big run around there from McCullum. Saves the boundary. But a couple to the Northwest Warriors skipper, who moves to 7.
Yeah, I'll have a little wager with you here now, Stephen. Got your little book. We can keep your notes here. Just do a 5-bar gate on the number of sweep shots we see today. I think we could be quite heavy numbers of sweep shots today, just with the spin. And that's a Jaffa, an absolute beauty from Theo van Verkum. We mentioned about it turning in to the left-hander, but that's actually his downfall. Just left a little gap there. And a beautiful ball from Van Verkum. Plenty of assistance in just his third delivery. The Knights have gathered round in the middle because Theo van Verkum has bowled Andrew McBride for 7.
That's 7 coming off 12 deliveries. It's an absolute beauty. Spin bowlers could get an awful lot out of this pitch today. Lot of turn. Through the inside edge, through the gate. McBride will not want to see that one again. And that brings Scott Macbeth to the crease to join Stephen Doheney. And this Northwest Warriors batting will have to restart the game because they're 2 down for 49.
Well, that was just about a picture-perfect delivery from Van Verkum. Let's have a look at it again here now. But the good thing he's done here, yes, it's spinning, but he's got the length. He's actually managed to get McBride coming forward so that he's playing outside of his body. If that was a little bit shorter, McBride could have gone back and maybe ridden the spin, kept it out, but he's brought him forward, enticed the drive, and then spun it back through the gate. And
when you were talking about all those sweep shots, I think you had McBride in mind.
I did.
For quite a few.
The left-hander playing with the spin.
Yeah.
You know, I thought he might be sort of looking to sweep quite often. Obviously now with 2 right-handers, maybe not so much, but you might see the reverse sweep coming out as well now. But that delivery, real encouragement for the Knights. I think their coaching staff and players would have known, having played here, it was going to turn, but in his first over, it's certainly been the case. Last ball of his first over. Nicely bowled again. As I say, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword here for the Knights, while
well, the end of a very good opening over from Theo van Verkum. 1 for 3, getting that big wicket of Andy McBride with his 4th delivery. And at the end of 12 overs, 49 for 2 with Doheney on 28 and Scott Macbeth yet to score.
Yeah, as I was saying there, maybe 2 ways of looking at that for the Knights. They'll know that Van Verkum has been successful in his first over, but having watched that again, they'll know that the spin is not going to change for the rest of the day unless that possibly that weather front comes in and we get a little bit of unlikely rain later. It may help the Knights if it was to maybe dampen the pitch a little, but at the moment it looks like that's not going to change. I haven't seen that first over. Looks like we're playing out in the Asian continent at the minute. The ball is ripping square at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me to see another spinner on at the end of this over.
Matt Foster into his 3rd over. That one just pushed into the mid-wicket area by Doheney. Goes to 29. The score to 50 for 2. The 50 up in the 13th over.
Actually, in a way, quite good to see here because, you know, one day cricket, it's in a way a lot about just batting 300 power scores. International cricket now, we talk about minimum 300 with the level of batting at the moment, but just a wicket that's doing a little bit for the bowlers. Batters have got to adjust now. It's not just about thumping the ball to the boundary. Got to work on difficult conditions if it's spinning. Certainly, if Ireland are going out to those areas, Pakistan, India, Dubai, Afghanistan, etc., playing those sort of teams, Sri Lanka, got to get used to spinning. We're not used to it in this country, I can assure you. Ball spinning so much.
Oh, that was almost through. Macbeth was looking back on his stumps as if to say, where is it? Where is it? He's got a single though, he's off the mark. A little bit streakily. Yeah, I noticed still only 2 players out for Scott Macbeth there, even though the power play is long past. The Knights very much on top here. They have been on top, to be fair, since the beginning. It's been wonderful opening overs from Tom Mays and Mark Adair, and now it's continuing with Foster and Van Verkem. Inside edge onto the pad that time, and again, Doheny not comfortable, even though he's got 29.
Yeah, definite change in plans here for Foster. Change the length. Going back to much more fuller deliveries so far since that first over. Almost got through the defence of Scott Macbeth. The previous delivery in there again. Once again, fuller, but
no ball called. No ball, so it's going to be a free hit to the Northwest Warriors on the next delivery.
Perfect for Scott Macbeth, absolutely perfect. He gets down and gets a free swing of the arms here to get himself going. He's only been in for a couple of deliveries, so he gets this freebie. And look where they can change the field. They have done so a little bit. They're calling up, I think, finally coming into the circle. And just moving James McCollum. He was on the squarest of.
There were 4 out on the boundary for Doheny, so they'll have to have 4 out again for this delivery.
Yeah, just changing it up though. He's bringing the square leg much squarer, and that tells you about the pace of the pitch. Thinks that, sort of suggesting that Matthew Foster may go into the pitch here, possibly with a slower ball bouncer.
Slashed away and past the cover fielder for a single. Cade Carmichael on the cover. Just a single off that free hit.
Yeah, I'll take
for
that.
Scott Macbeth.
Yeah, I'll take that. Matthew Foster. Actually a decent over. Threatening again. And that free hit didn't cost him too much, just a single. Bowled it well outside the off stump.
So at the end of 13 overs, Foster none for 17 off his 3. Macbeth recently arrived at the wicket, just 2 runs to him. Doheny's on 30, 54 for 2 after 13 overs.
And it will be interesting to see 3rd over from Matthew Foster. And the Knights think tank walks past us here. It's the coach, Simon Johnston, assistant coach Ian Butler. They'll be having a chat here, I'm sure, about plans. Drinks break coming up. I've watched the first 13 overs here. Van Verkem in again. That is just a couple of feet short of Mark Adair, who's put himself in it. Short cover. Very tight field here on the offside. Sterling had slipped. They're on the prowl. Here are the Knights.
Yeah, 3 players in semi-catching positions. Certainly on the short one.
This is tough for Scott Macbeth, I can tell you. Van Verkem, a keen operator here.
Very wristy, the way he plays his shots, Scott Macbeth, which always gives encouragement to the spin bowlers.
Yeah, he'll want to get the ball. Just turning away from Macbeth, bring the slip in. Interesting to see if he bowls one straight on. Attack the stumps maybe, but there's plenty on offer. Again.
Played better that time, got over the ball. Those dots just keep on coming.
It's really strange this, Stephen, just watching us, in Ireland. Spin bowling operation and just defensive mode. Usually when we see the spin coming on, batters go mad. Macbeth trying to use his feet. He's actually played that quite well.
Cleverly played too. 45 degrees, but there was nobody there, so Carmichael had to come in from the boundary. 2 runs to Macbeth.
Just the main process. That's why I'm saying it's quite interesting here, because this is different to what Macbeth would be used to. You know, a ball on a surface, it's offering a lot of turn. Left arm spinner. You can see again. Nicely
Well left. Goes through to Neil Rock. And Van Verkum, a couple of overs gone. 1 for 5. Making that big breakthrough. Getting Andy McBride in his first over. Macbeth is on 4 off 11. Doheny 30 off 36. And after 14, 56 for 2.
There's our answer on screen. You just see him
Matt
in the
Humphreys.
background there. He's just walked out of the shot. It is going to be 3 overs for Matthew Foster's team. It's going to disappear now. It's going to be spin. I'm not surprised by that, having seen the first 2 overs from Van Verkum. Left arm again. Spinning away, 2 right-handers at the crease. And got a long off for Doheny.
Long off, deep cover. Square leg. Just 3 men out on the fence. Still a slip in, Paul Sterling, number 39.
This will be really interesting, these two. Matty Humphreys called up to the Ireland squad over the winter. Made his debut in a couple of formats. But this season, again at the other end, Theo Van Verkum. He stepped up now into the squads. So these two, while they're on the same team today, vying for inclusion going forward. Who can outbowl who today?
That one's cut away just in front of the man at backward point. Carmichael quickly off the boundary. Good covering fielding. 1 run just.
I think you might see the field change a little bit here. I'd say that long off. Might come in. Doesn't look to be moving too far at the minute. So actually no change. I thought they might squeeze Scott Macbeth a little bit here.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Macbeth didn't know whether to stick or twist there.
Yeah, it is a really
Got caught in 2 minds.
nice delivery, and possibly leaving that man long off. They want to entice Macbeth maybe to just try and play down the ground for a single. That might induce the edge. I think we're going to have a second slip. Leg side.
This is good captaincy.
Loses
really
one.
good.
Yep.
Mark it there, turning
straight
the
away.
screw. Pressurising the batters. Shorter ball. A little bit quicker.
Yeah, it takes a man from the leg side. They're happy enough to let Macbeth try and play across the spin to the leg side. We've got 1 man on the square leg boundary. We push mid on back. I like to see mid on stay up. Short.
Again played square to Carmichael, who comes off the boundary. Just a single to Macbeth.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about the batters. Obviously in these conditions, a little bit difficult, but sometimes when the conditions are in your favour as spinners, it heaps a lot of pressure on you. You know, as Captain Market there will be expecting Van Verkum and Humphreys to take wickets here. They're not expecting them just to bowl and restrict runs. They'll be expecting them to take wickets.
Slightly shorter and pushed away to the deep mid-off. Doheny adds 1 to his total. At the end of 15 overs, 59 for 2. Humphreys, none for 3 off that first over. And here's the card. Doherty bowled by Adair for 12. Doheny still there. McBride losing out to a wonderful Van Verkum delivery, and Macbeth still at the crease, but both batters needing to really impose themselves on the game. You were talking about the different style of playing spin here in Ireland. It's all about courage, isn't it? You have to have the courage of your convictions to use your feet.
Yeah, that's something
difficult
that they might look to do. Again, I was talking about sweep shots, more for the left-handers. It's nice. With the slip in, the reverse sweep. Slip in, sort of backward point. Reverse sweep maybe not on at the moment. So just working out where your run scoring options are. Short could be one here, should have been one. I think that was well to the right. That point is backward.
Well, that's what happens when the batters get dominated like this. They're almost afraid to take a run, because the last thing you want is to give up your wicket on a run out. Cautious play. That's the better idea.
It's actually well played. A bit of work to do.
Couple of runs down to deep fine leg.
Carmichael. Yeah, so that's the option that Stephen Doheny's having to work out. Normally, not much spin on offer. You can sort of work the ball around. These type of quality players, top level batters can pick gaps in the field. When the ball's spinning, as it is, where's your option? Where are you going to score your runs from? He's took the option of the sweep there, and immediately that's changed the field. They've put a 45 in to cut out that shot. A few more gaps in the offside now.
That's turned just in front of the man at 45, but quickly onto it was Mays. No run. Northwest Warriors bogged down here. Doheny was on a run of ball when he was 25. Now he's 34 of 43.
Yeah, too wide that time. So really interesting cricket here. A little bit different to the norm.
And a good over again from Van Verkum. Goes for just 2. 1 for 7 for him off his 3 overs. Macbeth on 5. Doheny 34. And after 16, 61 for 2 Northwest Warriors. And a little bit becalmed with that run rate stuck well under 4.
Yeah. Night's opening up. Haven't been asked to field. With Mays in it there. So Mays in it there. There was certainly the more threatening in that opening seam attack. He got his reward. Taking out Liam Doherty. And a couple of overs from Foster, but then it's been spin now. Plenty on offer for the 2 left arm spinners. They're going to bowl in tandem here. Humphreys to Scott Macbeth.
2 slips in. That one straight to backward point, where Van Verkum was quickly around to show his athletic abilities in the field. A very wide, deep mid-off. Deep square cover. Backward square leg. And a long on. They're the 4 boundary riders at the moment. And that's played to long on for a single by Macbeth. He's probably happy to get off strike the way things are going so far.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy at the moment. You know, the sun's out and we would be looking at Stormont at, coming up to midday at Stormont. You'd be thinking it's a good time to bat. 16 overs in. No shine left on the ball. Spin on. 99 times out of 100 you'd be looking. This is a perfect time to bat, but the wicket, the way it's playing, it's taken plenty on offer.
Oh, that was a poor shot Short ball. It was asking to be smashed through the covers.
I think that's
But
just the
paddled
situation
to
we're in at
third
the
man.
moment. Yeah, there. You get into that sort of routine where if the bad ball comes along, if you're becalmed, you don't put the bad ball away. That's well bowled. Obviously, that's the delivery. He actually mentioned at the end of the last over about Van Verkum bowling quite well. I actually quite disappointed with that over. He bowled the last time. I thought it was quite wide. I do think they need to attack those stumps. That's
Like
short.
that. But it's pulled away strongly over the mid-on fielder. Foster will get there though, just a couple. Off the
short.
bottom of the bat of Doheny.
Too short from Humphreys that time. Plenty of scope for Doheny to get back. We mentioned about the wicket of McBride. The best bit about that was bringing McBride forward to bowl him through the gate.
Quicker delivery, this time again straight to the man at backward point, Van Verkum. So at the end of Humphrey's second over, none for 6. Very good, solid play by him. At the drinks break now, it's Macbeth on 6, Doheny on 36. And after 17 overs, 64 for 2, the Warriors, with a lot of work to do if they're to set a challenging target. Drinks break coming up. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, welcome back. The more complex at Stormont here. Fascinating period of play. They're up to drinks in this decision time in the Rario IP50 Cup. Northwest Warriors in green won the toss. Andy McBride decided to have a bat first. The Northern Knights in the red and blue. They're the team chasing the trophy. They need a victory today to win the trophy, the Rario IP50 Cup. And the score after 17 overs is 64 for 2. We've got Theo van Verkum operating from this Dundonald end. There's plenty of spin on offer. 2 left armers in action at the moment. Got Van Verkum at this end and then Matthew Humphreys at the other. He bowled a beautiful delivery early on to get rid of the Warriors skipper, Andy McBride. And at 64 for 2, halfway through the 18th over, absolutely delighted to have one of Ireland's coaches, assistant coach, with us here. See this delivery out. Yeah, joined by Gary Wilson. Thanks for joining us, Gary. Really good to have you here.
Afternoon, Ellie.
It's just ticked over into the afternoon, it has indeed. And really good to have you here. What's your thoughts on what you've seen so far, Gary?
Yeah, decent enough start. I think both sides will be relatively happy. Obviously, there was a big score the other day in the first innings on the same pitch. A little bit of spin. So I would say maybe power would be slightly less than the other day. But yeah, I think the Warriors probably require a pretty big partnership over the next couple. They'll be looking to set a challenging score for the Knights to chase down. Yeah,
watching those first 4 or 5 overs between Van Verkum and Humphreys, definitely a little bit on offer, and we've been talking about, just see this ball out, about it being a little bit different. There's a good bit of spin on offer there, but a good challenge for the batter, seeing something different here in Irish conditions. Usually it's sort of seam movement, but there's a good bit of spin out there, and it's just something different to think about.
There is, yeah, and I think that's what we want to see. We want people, batters who can problem solve, and I think that's going to be a good challenge for both of these guys. Obviously, Stephen Doheny's had a good start there, 37 not out, and he'll be looking to kick on from here, and I'm sure the Warriors will be looking to build their innings around him and let the shot makers around him, hopefully, from their point of view, get them to a big score.
Yeah, and just we actually touched on it a little bit before you came on, just those different aspects of having to play. This is the type of thing, you know, when you do have to combat spin, working out what your scoring areas, different ways of scoring with left arm, right arm spin. Obviously at the minute it's two left armers on, a little bit on offer, so trying to work out where your options are to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Matty Humphreys to continue from the City end. Yeah, so I'm sure that's something you're talking about with all sort of batters, is that if it is difficult, trying to work out how to keep the score and not get bogged down. Especially.
Yeah, it's still white ball cricket, and at the end of the day, they still need to figure out a way to score. And it'll be a good test of their method, this, because there is spin there. 2 left arm spinners spinning it away from the bat. The Knights have set relatively attacking field so far, and it's I think it's about, can you score off as many balls as possible. I think that will relieve the pressure, not looking to go for the big shot or forcing yourself into the big shot. It's if you can keep that scoreboard ticking along and try and put the Knights bowlers under pressure that way. But it does look difficult out there now, in fairness. But that's what we want as well. We want to see batters challenged in different conditions. If it were like this all the time, then it's probably not improving them. But if we're flat all the time, that's not improving them either. So it's good to get a range of different pitches. And as I said, it'll be up to those 2 guys out there to assess what they think a good score is, and then how they try and get there.
A little bit short on that occasion. Unable to rock back. Will just be 1. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not just about playing the shots and technique. It's about assessing the wicket while you're out there and working out, do we need to go quicker? Do we need to absorb a little bit of pressure? Little things like that as well that the 2 batters have got to think about. It's well bowled and well played from Scott Macbeth, just down the ground for 1. So working out what to do right now, and then going forward, we've got some players in the hutch that can catch up if we need to.
Yeah, and they do have some good ball strikers. Well, these are two of them for a start, but Shane Geckitt's still to come, Jared Wilson. So, there are guys there well capable of getting the Warriors up to a good score. But certainly the last 3 or 4 overs now, it has been pleasing. The guys have knocked it around quite well from a batting perspective, so that's been pleasing.
End of the over, get through 19, 71 for 2, and yeah, they might not really look at the scoreboard too much at the minute. Just let's keep ticking it over. 5 singles from that last over, and as you say, just working out what will be a good score going forward. Just looking at the tournament overall and exactly what we're looking at today in terms of the provincial series. It's on the line today. Obviously, the Knights going for the tournament. Leinster Lightning will be watching on, no doubt. They'll be hoping that the Warriors can do them a favour, but this is what we need. We need good competitive cricket at this level.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, before the first game this week, the Knights only needed a point or 2 points, was it maybe, to secure. Certainly one win will secure it for them. So you're right, the business end of the tournament, and it is pleasing to see a good finish to that. The last thing you want is lots of dead rubbers. So it is pleasing to see that the tournament's still going.
And we're getting to decide it out on the field. 3 games this week to close it out. Good weather, different conditions, and we've certainly experienced in the last couple of months. It's been challenging, let's say that.
Yeah.
Just talking about that and your role at the national side, weather does cause a few problems. Not just for the cricket at club and the provincial level, certainly for the national side as well. It does cause problems if the weather does stop you playing cricket.
Yeah, more so from the national side, from a training point of view. That is important, that we can provide those national contract players with the training that they need to keep improving. And it is always a challenge in Ireland but there's nothing we can do about the weather. We have to find other ways, and we have to ensure that the grounds are adequately covered, that the HPC in Dublin's adequately covered and adequately prepared. And I think over the last month or so, there's been vast improvements in both of those areas, and we've been very lucky here. Storm at Philip McCormick's been great. We've had some great practice sessions here, 2-3 wickets at a time, and I know the HPC over the last couple of weeks in Dublin has been similar. So, the last little period.
It's in the air. Oh, sorry, Gary, for cutting across you there.
Okay.
Just fell short. Getting the benefit of the doubt there.
Oh, I think you're being kind to Big Fuzzy there. I think that might have carried.
We'll get a look at that.
Yeah, it was a decent effort from the big man, a long way down for him, but I think those are the sort of catches that we would expect to be taken, and you got to judge yourself on that standard. It was a decent effort, but I would like to have seen, from his point of view, I'd like to have seen him take that.
Yeah, and you mentioned those challenges. I suppose it's a wee bit like the batters out there having to adapt to a different challenge. We're pretty good at being flexible because we've got to look after the weather. I think we're pretty good at flexible, but that's the type of thing we've got to work with. We've got to work with what we've got, and as you say, it's just sort of the improvement, step by step, to make sure the guys get training time and then leading into games.
Yeah, and I think as long as everyone's trying their best, then that's all we can ask for, really. And as I said, the last month or so has been brilliant.
And obviously that's just gone down the right side for a wide from Humphreys. Yeah, just been updated on your scorecard there as a wide. That's a nice shot from Macbeth. Just let it come on to him. Played it beneath the eye line. Gets 2. Yeah, they're just ticking it over here, the Warriors, without taking too many risks.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Scott Macbeth. He's a good player. He's one of our best young players under 19. He obviously had that good score over in England. He's a clean striker of the ball, and he's certainly showing some of the attributes that we would look at from a national perspective to say that he could go on and kick on and have a long career. Obviously, he's got a long way to go, but certainly he would have some of those raw attributes that we'd be talking about.
Yeah, you mentioned that under 19 side. Ireland went across to England, and from my point of view, I think it went a little bit under the radar. They won that first game, and it was top England side. It wasn't as if it was, England under 19s don't put out half sides, and for Ireland to go across to England and win a game over there. Okay, England came back and won the series 2-1, but for the under 19s to go over there and perform as they did, I think was pretty special.
Yeah, I think that we saw some great individual performances in the week, and that's certainly from my perspective. That's the sort of thing we want to see in underage and Wolves cricket. It's not so much about the result for me. It's about the development of young players, and there was plenty of guys that stood up that week, probably more so with the bat, to be honest. There was, Ryan Hunter, Scott Macbeth, both played very well, and there was certainly performances that we can take a lot of heart from, and definitely move forward with. Yeah,
absolutely. And over 21 gone, 78 for 2. And of course, that's always the pathway. Looking at playing sort of youth cricket at the highest level to get the players used to it, and then moving into Wolves cricket, which obviously then wants to feed in to the national side at all times. And it's good that you're getting a couple of days here, Gary, in the sunshine. Don't think you've had too many days in the sunshine for a start, but too many days sort of trying to relax at the cricket, because sort of national stuff is extremely busy. It's not going to get any easier, I don't think. The programme is full on, as everybody well knows.
Yeah, it's good. It's important though that that we get a look at this cricket live as well. Obviously with the streaming and that sort of stuff, you can catch up on everything on TV now. But I think there's nothing quite beats being here and seeing from my perspective how a batter goes about their innings. It's not just about the raw numbers. I think you can put data up and make it anything you want it to be, really. But I think if you're there and witnessing things for yourself and seeing how a batter goes about his runs, or seeing how a bowler puts together a spell, that's probably the most important thing for me. I say those performances, it is important. That's a good option. So that's the sort of thing I think that we need to see more of. Scotty's assessed, Theo's gone a little bit fuller there, and he's assessed it and gone down the ground. And I think that's the sort of thing that is going to make someone like a Scott Macbeth stand out, especially at under 19 level. If he top edges that and gets caught mid on there, for me it's still a good option. It's not necessarily all about outcome. It's about guys taking the right option. If he gets caught long on with Fozzie back, then you've got a problem. But you still have to score in this game. And I think Scotty has shown enough promise to say that there's definitely something there with him.
I think exactly what we're watching right now backs up your point of actually being to see the cricket on the day, because you could look at the numbers and say 18 off 34 and say, oh, he's scratching about a wee bit, but actually being here you can see that it's difficult, but he's playing the right way for his team. The numbers themselves don't often see, so you're here to see it, and you can see the options that he's taken.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's not enough to be 18 off 34 or 19 off 35 now and say job done. He obviously has they've built this partnership now, but they've got to go on. That's the key bit here, is that Scotty has soaked up some pressure, and now if he can go on and between him and Theo extend this partnership for as long as possible, they will find run scoring easier to come by at the end of the innings. And it is about assessing the conditions. This clearly isn't a pitch where bat will dominate ball from the very start. Yes, there was 350 scored yesterday, but I would wager that quite a few of those were scored in the last 15 to 18 overs. It
could be run out here. Maybe the throw needed to be better there. To the right hand side of Neil Rock, couldn't get back round. Good piece of fielding initially. I'll be a little bit disappointed there not to affect the run out. So yeah, just mentioning sort of the pathway through to the national side. Obviously, we mentioned how busy it is and doesn't stop here in September. You've got a big series coming up against the old enemy over in England. 3 one-day internationals coming up. in a couple of weeks, 20th, 23rd and 26th, so all preparation heading towards that, Gary.
Yeah, next week we've got a busy week. Training up in, well, there's 2 training sessions here. There's 3 in Dublin and 1 in Derry as well. So we're kind of all over the place next week preparing the guys for that. And it'll be an exciting series. Obviously, England have decided to rest some of their first team players, their World Cup players. But I always think that's a dangerous place for the opposition to be, because those guys coming in will be hungry, and quite a lot of them, nearly all of them, will be battle-hardened sort of county cricketers, played a lot in the 100. So it'll be tricky still, and it'll certainly make for some exciting cricket. But I do think it's an opportunity as well. You know, an Ireland-England game is always.
It's Ireland-England.
It's Ireland-England, yeah. It's always a close affair. You know, we've put up many good battles over the years, and we've got a couple of good results as well. So it would be nice to get another win over there against them.
That's a beautiful, beautiful delivery. We've talked about the wicket, doing a little bit. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure that the Knights bowlers have really bowled as well as they could have, but Warriors have been doing well, but that's exactly what they're looking for. A little bit of turn on offer, bringing Scott Macbeth forward, and then spinning it past. It's just clipped the off stump there. You see it again. Here comes Humphreys. We'll just see. That's a beautiful delivery, it is.
It's a nice ball, yeah. I think Scotty, if he looks back on that, would maybe be slightly disappointed. Came across a little bit. You would like him to have a slightly better defence than that, but it was a nice ball from Matty Humphreys there, and you know, sorry, it's probably getting a few players out that, but you know, I guess if you're being really critical, as I'm sure each of these batters will be in themselves, you want to be keeping that out and looking to score off the one that comes slightly fuller or slightly shorter. But yeah, a nice ball from Matty Humphreys.
That's kind of what you were saying earlier there. Scott Macbeth had looked pretty decent. The numbers themselves, so it's a bit scratchy scoring at 52, but he picked good options. But you've got to be hard on yourself there. You want him to go in there and say, I could have done this. You know, could have covered that a little bit better with the spin I've seen. So you got to be hard on yourself and to move to the next option. But brings in Shane Get-Kate.
Yeah, and he's still young, Scotty. He's still learning.
Yeah,
he's
sure.
18, 19 years of age, and you know he's probably not had to think too much about taking different guards on the crease or trying to upset the bowler. You know, quite often we've seen there that he stood in the same place every single time, and you know, I would be sort of encouraging him to use the crease a little bit better if he could. But as I said, you know, there's a lot to like about him. He's a super young player, and I've no doubt that he'll continue to improve.
So Shane Get-Kate using his first delivery. And also Scott's got that second option. Bowls a little bit of off spin as well. So he might be in business later on too. Shane Get-Kate was with myself on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right in that seat with yourself. So he was sitting here watching this game with half an eye on today. And obviously he'll know what was going on Tuesday. His club side just won the league title with his club side. So he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, very impressive from Estonians this year. They're a good side. They had a very good overseas, and Shane Dadswell, and obviously pretty well led by Nikolai, and the chairman of selectors still going strong, rolling out those. I don't know if you can call it off spin, but he's rolling his arm over anyway.
Getting slower and slower as the day goes along. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew White. Top 40 wickets this year. I'm sure you haven't heard that yet, Gary.
No, well, yeah.
If you haven't heard it yet, you'll be hearing it again. Yeah, they've gone to the league title. But yeah, exciting time going back to those internationals. 3 games. One at Headingley, Trent Bridge, and then finishing off in Bristol on the 26th. First game on the 20th. And the 23rd at Trent Bridge. And as usual, a decent contingency heading over for at least one of those games. So the test match at Lord's I went into the second day at the test match and I thought I was playing at Malahide. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was absolutely crazy. The people coming in, queues outside. There was ticketing problems and all sorts of. The crowd that came over from Ireland, certainly on the second day, was phenomenal.
There's always a good crowd over there, no matter where we play, really. And even think right back to 2009 when we played in the 2020 World Cup over there, we were very well supported. So I've no doubt it'll be the same this time around as well. We always get a good travelling support, players' families, wives, girlfriends, so, and just the general cricketing public of Ireland. You know, they're very good at coming out and supporting us, and I'm sure this time will be no different.
Just hope the weather holds. We're getting here at the minute. I'm baking hot here at Stormont. We don't often get to say that. Of course, this is your club side here when you were playing. I'm sure you've had a few grey days here at Stormont, but days like this, absolutely magnificent ground to play on. Quick outfield, scoring is very rapid usually. So it's a beautiful setting. And as we've just talked about earlier, plans to make it even better here at Stormont for facilities for spectators, players alike. So plenty happening here at the ward.
Absolutely, yeah. Plans look magnificent, and hopefully the sooner they get started, the better. You know, because it really will be a massive benefit to cricket on the whole island. Actually, I think not just in the north.
Yeah, so it's a pretty settled squad you've got for the team going forward, but it's good to have headaches. As I say, looking at the Knights team today, Ryan Pretorius drops out, so that's a big call. He's a very established player, but you can't play everybody, so it's great to have a few guys coming in. It's a good ball from Theo, and also a few guys sort of letting exposure to the county game again. Like yourself, you played a lot of your career, obviously in formative years over at Surrey, etc., and just learnt a lot, I'm sure, at that.
Yeah, it's great to see Harry over there playing as an overseas player. I think that's and Curtis went over play for Somerset in the One Day Cup as well, so it's a good option from Stephen Doheny into the gap. So yeah, it's great to see that counties are wanting our guys not just as local players but as overseas players as well.
Definitely.
And I think that's a testament to how good some of the individuals we've got are, really. Harry obviously had a few good scores there for Gloucester whenever he was over. And Curtis did superbly well as well. So
yeah, but also just not just the runs that they're scoring, as you say, they're coming in as quote unquote an overseas player. So the other players will be looking at them thinking, well, you know, who's this guy coming in? Yeah, he's an Irish international, but just cutting off there as Stephen Doheny goes to a very well-made half-century. It's not been easy, as we've talked about. 67 deliveries, still a good strike rate. And Stephen obviously missed out on Ireland selection earlier in the season. He's still a top scorer for the Northwest Warriors this campaign. But he'll be looking to kick on now. Haven't got to his 50.
yeah, no doubt he'll be looking to kick on and make a big score and put pressure on the selectors. He played, I think, maybe 8 or 9 games for Ireland at the top of the order in One Day International cricket, and actually did okay as well. You know, he had a couple of scores. He made a nice 70 really against Zimbabwe over there, and then obviously missed out on selection for the World Cup qualifiers. I think it was thought that he just needed to go back to domestic cricket, work on a few technical aspects, and then, you know, really make sure whenever he gets his next opportunity in international cricket that he's improved as a player, and he's ready to take that head on. You know, there's no doubt that he's very easy on the eye. He's a super player off the front foot through the offside. But you know, he knows that he needs to work on a few things, and I've no doubt that you'll see him again in international colours at some point in the future.
Sure, that's it. Just go back and build up your CV again. Come knocking at the door. And this 50's going to do him no harm. And as you say, Gary, he'll want to not just get 50. Say, my job's done today. He'll want to continue on. Put a big score there for himself, which will obviously benefit his team. Yeah, just talk a little bit about the good things in Irish cricket. Obviously, the disappointment was that that series over in Zimbabwe when we tried to qualify. Just didn't really hit the ground running, and it never really got going. And by the time we got going, it was almost too late. Nice shot. It will only be one.
Yeah, I think the disappointing part of that was the Oman game, really. I think the Scotland game was won and lost on a knife edge. You know, if that game goes slightly the other way, okay, you know, we had them really in trouble at 130 for 7, and they never should have got near the score they did. But if that second last ball goes through to the keeper, we win the game, then we qualify for the Super Sixes, and Oman don't, and then, you know, who knows what happens from there. So it's such fine margins in professional
a bit of a coin
sport.
flip, really, wasn't it, against Scotland? It was, you know.
Yeah, but you know, that's not to sort of absolve ourselves from any responsibility or anything like that. It's, you know, I think we do have to take responsibility that it wasn't what anyone was after going out there and going out in the first round, for sure. But the real disappointment was that first game against Oman. You know, if we'd have performed better in that one, that would have led to maybe the Scotland game going our way, or at very least us qualifying instead of Oman for the second stage. So yeah, whilst it was incredibly disappointing, you know, we still have a full calendar of international cricket to look forward to next year as well, and you know, that's in the past. Failure to qualify for a World Cup would have been the be all and end all. Because we didn't have any international cricket in between, and now we're fortunate we're in the place where we do have that. But no doubt it'll be difficult viewing for the next couple of months.
It may well be, yeah.
But you know, credit to Holland as well, and I think that just goes to show that the distance between the teams is getting shorter and shorter.
Definitely.
You know, Holland, Zimbabwe, West Indies, Scotland, all very good sides as well, and you know, 3 of those sides missed out of qualification for the World Cup too. So I think the major thing is that 10 teams is not a big enough World Cup. It's just not big enough, and that's, you know, we may still not have qualified, and that's fair enough. But to grow the game, I think it needs to be. Well, it is going back to 14 teams for the next World Cup. So,
unfortunately, Gary, that's been a drum we've been banging on for years to come. Even back in the day, you know, it was a real struggle to qualify, and when we did, it was a major thing getting there. And then we obviously performed well at World Cups. But you know, that phrase they continually use to grow the game, you know, surely you've got to be looking at. And I can understand possibly, as you mentioned, years ago when the teams maybe weren't as strong, you didn't want sort of a
I think there's no doubt
no
now
longer that now. It's no longer the case.
There are teams capable, and you see that when West Indies miss out, you know, one of the traditional powerhouses of world cricket, you know. That's
going to be out. That's going to be out. I was just about to mention that Ross Adair's been throwing the ball pre-game. I saw him going through a few warm-ups, and I thought it might be an idea for him today with this slightly quicker action. And he's come on, and first ball, he's taken a wicket, and he's got Shane Getgate, who will be bitterly disappointed with that. You can see in his body language there, maybe a little bit of a half-hearted sweep. He's top-edged it, and an easy catch for Tom Mays behind square.
Yeah, I think Shane will be livid with himself here. Ross Adair, part-time bowler. And first ball, okay, it's a poor ball. It's down the leg side. It probably is almost a free sweep, but he's managed to hit his free sweep straight to 45. But I think certainly from a batter's perspective, if a part-time bowler gets thrown the ball, you almost want to sit on him, and you need to make less of a play, because you know that he's potentially going to offer up more than one of the full-time bowlers. So Shane will be disappointed with that, not to give himself a chance to go on, because if he bats for a few balls, you know, it could get messy for a part-time bowler. But as it is, Mark Adair looks like a genius, bringing on Ross to bowl a little bit of part-time left-arm spin.
Yeah, I did think that Ross Adair might have a couple of overs in him, or Paul Stirling today, but he's turned to the brother, and the brother has picked up a wicket for him first ball. Not the greatest delivery in the world, but he won't be telling you that in the bar later on. We'll have turned square and picked up the outside of the edge, and yeah, but the wicket it is. It's brought Graham Hume to the crease. I got left hand again.
Yeah, obviously the Warriors have gone a little bit on matchups here. 2 left-arm spinners operating, and that's sort of just what I'm talking about there.
Yep.
You know, that's what you get from a part-time bowler. He's part-time for a reason, and whilst he's capable, you know, you are going to get a couple of bad balls, and I think that's why one of the reasons why Shane will maybe be disappointed to have gotten out the way he did there in first ball from Ross, and then second ball he gets a full toss that, you know, Shane would have hit for 4 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, just going back there, I think the Warriors have thrown in Humie up to 6 just to negate the 2 left-arm spinners, and matchups are often talked about a lot in world cricket now, so it's good to see that the Warriors think tank are thinking like that as well.
Yeah, see what the left-arm spinners. Only Paul Sterling really. Be a right-arm off spinner. Interesting to see if Margaret there then sort of bounces back and decides, let's go for the opposite then. Brought the 100 up, that boundary, by the way. Warriors move on to 100 just after halfway. 101 for 4. Just the left hand, right hand now. And we looking to bed in again. Plenty of overs still left, as I just mentioned. But a successful over for Rossett there. First ball.
Yeah, the Knights will be delighted with that. They won't have really been expecting Ross to come on and get a wicket in his first over, let alone his first ball. So they'll have seen that as a breakthrough. It'll be interesting now to see if Mark goes back to one of his more established bowlers and asks them to go and try and kick on, because they probably are 2 wickets away here from really getting a stranglehold in the Knights now. So if it were me, I'd be saying, Ross, you've done your job. Thanks very much for coming. We'll get one of the big guys back on now, maybe even 2 from Mark himself, or certainly Theo and Humph. You know, they'll be probably the most difficult to negate, I would imagine. So
just even also the change up of different bowler coming on for 1 over. It's the same action, but bowling at different pace, a little bit flatter.
Yeah, well, it's worked, you know.
Yeah.
So that's the thing about cricket. People very often judge you on outcome, and you know, beforehand, I must admit, I was thinking to myself, what on earth is he doing here, bowling Ross there? But that just shows you, it is a game all about opinion, and you know, if Ross had been hit there for 3 or 4 fours in that over, everyone would have been looking and going, why on earth is he bowling a part-time bowler whenever he's got 5 front-liners that should do the job for you? But as it is, he got away with his first ball, and as I said, Sparky looks like a genius.
Down the track. Donny will be cut off. Just be 1.
Might have been another missed opportunity, you know, there. I think that was a shin high catch to Ross there at extra cover.
You're mighty hard, Gaz.
You gotta be if the chances don't come too often.
That was my spot in there, and I'm not too sure.
Oh, I'd like to see. Can we get a replay of that?
Get a bit of a look at it later on, possibly. So here we go then. Graham Hume on strike now, as we talked about. Left-hander now, a little bit easier. The ball spinning into him. We said that about Andy McBride earlier, though. Van Verkum pulled an absolute beauty, brought him forward and pulled him through the gate. That's nice. Just looking at the international calendar again, Gary, it's difficult. Obviously, you've got a young family. For yourself, it's tough being away a lot of the time, and obviously Ran Eagleson, good friend of yours and mine. It's difficult being away. That's in the air. It's a chance. Oh, he's misjudged that. I think Hugh Cormack will be a little bit disappointed there. Misjudged that for me.
Yeah, I think these chances may well come back to haunt the Knights, and maybe the second. It depends if the Warriors get going or not here. But that's
see that
3
again
chances
here.
since I've been sitting here, and the scoring doesn't look particularly easy. But yeah, he has misjudged that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it is hard with family, young family, and Iggy's walking around with my 2.5-year-old somewhere there. I think he's probably coming back.
Babysitting, he'll be probably saying any word.
He'll be charging me for it as well, knowing him.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So, yeah, there I see him now. I think he's probably looking for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, I think I'm in a very fortunate position that my wife and I have been together a long time, and I've always been a cricketer, and she's grown up with me, and here comes Oscar now. Maybe he's looking to commentate.
There's the high five. High five from young Oscar.
Yeah, so I've been, I'm very lucky. I've got 2 young boys, and it's probably harder on them than it is on my wife, because. Although maybe not, actually, she'd probably say it is hard looking after them. But no, I'm very thankful that we've got a great support network as well. So, but yeah, sometimes on tour you do miss them a wee bit. Although this little man's a bit of a nightmare.
But at least
no, you're not.
At least in the next few weeks, they may be able to get across to England, and you get to spend a little bit of time away from.
To be fair,
that's important.
It's been very good that they've had a great summer. They've followed us. They were in Scotland for the T20 qualifiers. They were in Dublin for the India series, and I have to say that the boys, the Ireland players, are unbelievably good, and the support staff are unbelievably good with my boys. Oliver, my eldest, just thinks he's the best friends with the whole of the Irish cricket team. So it's great.
It's really great to hear that that team spirit just builds that togetherness a little bit off the pitch as well as.
Yeah, it's great. And Harry Tector is absolutely Oliver's hero. There's nothing Harry can't do, but not just Harry. All the boys are really excellent with them, and we're very lucky in that regard.
Yeah, it's really good to hear that they have that support structure for both players and staff. It is important given the amount of cricket that's going on at the moment. Just getting that little bit of time away during an important series or a competition tournament. Very important to just get a little bit of downtime as well. Russell Dare's actually getting another over here. It should be fielded. Is a few singles coming off.
He'll probably get another wicket here and make
us look a bit silly.
Make me look even more silly than I am.
Oh, and he nearly did. He nearly did. Just coming up to the end of this over, just like to thank you, Gary, for taking your time today to come in and join us, give us a little bit of insight into that one-day series coming up against England, and then going forward, obviously, busy schedule for yourself and the team over the next few months and year. Always is. Just taking a little bit of time to give everybody just a little bit of insight into the squad and the national team. Really, really appreciate you coming in.
Barry McCarthy's just texted me as well there to say Harry's the favourite, is he? So if you're still listening, Barry, no, he does like you as well.
He does like Baz. Very good. So, yeah, just a real big thank you to Ireland's assistant coach, Gary Wilson, for taking a little bit of time in there and just chatting to us during this provincial game here. There's your scorecard coming up in a minute. Stephen Doheny. Stand out there, 54 not out. He's holding it together. Knights just picking up wickets, but during that little spell there were 2 or 3 chances that may just come back to haunt the Knights. Could have got rid of Hume early. And just a couple of chances that maybe, could have had the Warriors 6 down here. As it is 109 for 4. Just a quick recap on those one-day internationals against England for the international men's side coming up across the water in a few weeks' time. Before we get into that, Tom Hayes, as you may see on screen there, is going to come back on from the city end. Gary Wilson maybe indicated that he may bring back strike bowler to see if he can bring it up. So yeah, those 3 matches against England, Headingley 20th of September, Trent Bridge on the 23rd of September, and then finishing up the series in the picturesque Bristol on the 26th. And I'm sure, as Gary mentioned, Harry Tector will be keen as mustard to be playing there, having just had that little spell with Gloucestershire. And 3 very important games, and always is, against England. Delighted to have Stephen Alkin back in with me here. Ireland against England always gets the juices flowing, Stephen, no matter what it is.
Absolutely. Can't wait for those games. Very much end of season, but there's always something coming up, something to look forward to. And this game is slowly moving along. 109 for 4 in the 29th over. And finally, a maximum. Did it carry? Yeah, I think it did. That is the first boundary hit by Stephen Doherty since the pace bowlers were on way back in this innings. He has not scored one boundary off the spinners. Yep. And it's been watching for the last 10 overs or so, it's been remarkable how little attack there is coming from the Warriors. They really need to pick it up now.
He'll be happy that that's been pitched in short. He's much happier on that again. You can see no massive pace in the wicket. And he's able to rock back. And really, it's like too much effort. Hit that for 6. He comes down the wicket there to Sterling. The point region gets through for a single. Yeah, look, while I was chatting with Gary quite a lot about the Ireland stuff. Obviously, Ross Adair's come in, but it's, before him, Humphreys and Van Verkum. I certainly haven't watched the first over from Theo Van Verkum. I don't know, maybe being a little bit harsh, but I just think there could have been a little bit more attack from the Knights. Maybe a little bit more target in the stumps, a little bit wide for me at times. There's plenty of spin on offer, and I thought possibly they could have. And really, they've got out of jail a little bit with the wicket of Get Gate. Wasn't a great delivery from Ross Adair, and you could see when he was going off for having lost his wicket, kicking the ground, and body language was saying, what have I done here? He really gave it away. Shane Get Gate, so that was a bonus wicket really for the Knights, and just not sure about those middle overs, and that's maybe why Tom Mays has come back here.
Ruan Pretorius, the sub fielder. Not quite sure who he's on for, but he's out there. That was him who fielded the last ball, and that was almost through onto his stumps. Bottom edge from Hume, beaten by the pace of Mays. That's the end of his 5th over. None for 25 now. 29 overs gone. 116 for 4. Doherty 61 off 79 deliveries. He needs to up the tempo a bit. Well, we've seen already what Graham Hume can do. He can certainly hit the loose balls. There haven't been too many of those in this Northwest Warriors innings.
It is a strange sort of situation. 116 for 4. Mentioned it a few times now. Warm day. Looks like if you look at it on screen, it looks like a beautiful batting wicket. Basically storming. It's quick scoring ground. You would say 116 for 4 coming up to 30. Just about 4 and over. In fact, bang on as we see on the screen, 4 and over. You'd be saying, well, Knights really on top here. But given the nature of the wicket, how difficult it has been to score against the spin, difficult to assess really what's going to be a good score here. Ross Adair still on. Gary Wilson thought he would get one over and taken off, but he's still there.
If it's one of those wickets that gets easier as the day goes on, then happy days for the Knights. If it's a wicket that gives a little bit more to the team bowling second, well then maybe we could have a match here with just 230, 250 on the board. But it's such a beautiful day. You're sort of thinking 300 should be the target.
I think that's what's maybe that false sense of security that you should be scoring 300, but again you flip that the other way. I've spoken with some of the Knights after the toss, definitely a little bit wary of what they might be chasing here. That's full, cracked into the offside. It's in the gap.
Nicely into the gap. That's a great shot.
That's a top shot from Doherty. And you mentioned about not scoring boundaries off spin. There it is.
That's his first one.
There it is.
Yeah, 6 4s and a 6, I think, his innings now, as he moves to 66.
Just too full. But it was the placement that was the thing there. Donnie's 3 men on that offside. Big cover. And then managed to pierce the gap between the cover and the long off. Moves him on to 66.
They really should be attacking this Rossadair over. Very much a part-time bowler for the Knights.
Yeah, what this will do, the Knights have plenty of options with the ball. These 3 overs will just release a little bit of pressure from the captain and give him a little bit of leeway to use other bowlers. Have to bowl 10 then. Just finish this one off from it there. Got that bonus wicket into Hume.
Nicely played.
Just one.
Yeah, the Shane Getgate wicket, that was a big blow for the Warriors. He looked like he was striking the ball well. He only had scored 4 singles, but they were nicely played off the bat. And then that horrible top edge, and the wicket's gone, and all of a sudden, a season that started so well for the man who was captain of the Warriors back at the start of the season has kind of gone the wrong direction in these last few matches.
Yeah, that wicket was the old cricket classic of a poor ball getting a wicket. It was way down leg side. He could have hit it anywhere. Top edged and perished. Easy catch for Tom Mays. 45.
Good news for the Warriors is they've still got 6 wickets in hand and 20 overs. So let's work it out. If they could score 8 and over, that would get them to 284. That would be a good target for them at this moment in time.
I guarantee you.
Flash and a miss from Hume. A little bit of extra bounce from Mays.
Andrew McBride would be taking 284 right now all day long.
A run a ball, that's 120. That would get them to 244. Would that be enough to defend on this wicket on a day like this when batting is... Well, you think batting would be
That's what we're
easy.
talking about, as the weather. The wicket is going to deteriorate further. That was obviously the thought.
Oh, lovely delivery.
That was the thought process behind the Warriors batting first for sure. Another 50 overs, 60 or 70 overs by the time spin may come on. So 60 more overs into this wicket. Is it going to turn even further?
There are things you watch for in games to see if a team is up for the fight. And what I'm not seeing from the Warriors so far is sharp running between the wickets.
Yeah.
Putting the pressure on the fielding side. It's all the pressure from the fielding side on the bowling side, on the batting side.
This will be a good example of that because it's in the
will
gap.
They go for 2?
Should be 2.
No, you see again, it's hesitancy.
There's a little bit of hesitancy there. Probably could have pushed for 2 there. Graham Hume did take off reasonably quickly. So that's a good example of what possibly you're talking about.
Now, hey, we're sitting here with the headphones on. We're not out there in the middle with our heads baking under those heavy helmets
that's true.
on a very hot day.
Very
it
warm
is
day, yeah.
probably in the high, must be mid-20s today. I was going to say the high 70s, but that's me being old-fashioned.
Yeah, old-fashioned, and we're usually talking about 50s.
See, again, it'll hit and run. If Hume is backing up 3 yards, that's a single. These are the little moments, and when you add them all together, you might find that your score should be 12, 15 more than it is, even without hitting boundaries.
That's a good point in that there have been lots of boundaries coming. Singles maybe not so much so. I get that sort of spin was on. It was tough.
Full toss.
That's going to go.
Should be 4. And it is.
Poor ball.
Not quite timed by Doheny, but it's enough. And he trundles into the 70s.
Yeah,
of 85 deliveries.
Overpitched. Crashed through the covers. But interesting to hear, Ireland's batting coach talking about sort of the processes that they're looking at. It's not just a numbers game. It's important to see the players. Obviously, we can bring the pictures, but to be present at a game to hear what's going on during the game and see how the batters are going about their game, how difficult conditions are, you know, in the moment. So good to hear what the batting coach is looking for. You know, the likes of Scott Macbeth there, that, you know, they are quite aware of his talent, but it's just that consistency, just developing his game year on year. Young cricketer, but good to hear that the echelons up the order are still looking at all of these cricketers as potential international players for the future. And I'm sure Scott's family will relay that to him. You know, the Ireland batting coach is talking about, yeah, they all know, good communication. We talked about that on Tuesday, about communication lines between coaches, you know, selectors, you know, making sure the players know they're still being considered, and what sort of plans the players themselves have to have in place to make that next step.
Ross Adair went for 14 runs off his 3 overs, but he got that valuable wicket of Shane Getgate with his very first delivery. And now it's Matt Humphreys coming on from the Dundonald end.
Yeah, no surprise for me that Humphreys is back on at this end. Say, Ross Adair's burgled through a few overs there. Hasn't really got much tap. A couple of boundaries, but nothing astronomical from him. That just frees up market there now. That's well bowled. Humphreys, that's the line that he's looking to bowl here. As we've mentioned a few times, bowling to the left-hander, playing with the spin. That brings its own challenges. We saw with McBride earlier. Tighten the ring. But again,
it's good sharp fielding by the Knights. These batters having to work hard. They haven't had enough boundaries in this innings. That's what really gets the scoreboard ticking. Knights will be happy if it's just ones and dot balls. Off the pads, big shout. From the bowler more than from the wicketkeeper, I noticed, but we'll see.
Noises, maybe a couple of noises there.
Interesting to see how this one.
Chat with Mark Hawthorne, your umpire. It's Dundonald end.
Now Hume trying to pull it from way outside off stump instead of just playing it in the direction that the ball is going. Easier shot to just hit it through the covers. Here's that shout a moment ago.
Let's have a look at that one. I thought there might have been 2 noises. Yeah, Neil Rock wasn't really interested.
As we come back live, that last delivery of the Humphreys over. A dot ball, and look at that. 6 dots in a row. A maiden for Humphreys. 8 overs from him. 1 for 27. He'd probably like a couple more wickets, but very economical. Doheny on 70, Hume 12, and after 32, it's 129 for 4, and we're not seeing that increase in tempo. You'll be pleased, being an NCU man.
I'm completely biased.
Absolutely.
Right there,
You'll be pleased.
Completely
But
unbiased.
Personally, I'd love to see the Warriors have a smash here. 6 wickets in hand, 18 overs to go. Set a target. Make it a game.
We've seen that happen. Obviously, the other day, I don't think the score was too many more at this stage. It was the last 20. For the Lightning was absolute carnage. Lynch and Delaney.
Foster back on now from the City end.
So it is possible. It is possible, and I can tell you, on Monday, Cameron Melly came in for the Warriors, and he hit the ball really cleanly. He's been an exceptional T20 player this year for his club side.
Still Jared Wilson as well to come in, who's a very useful cricketer. You know, Doheny has been very one-paced in this innings. He's kept the innings together all right, 70 runs, looks really good, but far less than a run a ball. And at this stage of the innings, it's the increase in tempo that the Warriors need, and that's well pulled. Short delivery, he loves those. And that's smashed away to long on. Did it carry? Just a 4 this time. Good
Yeah.
shot.
Struggling to understand the thought processes of the Knights here. We were able to have one of those wagon wheels, pitch maps, every single ball today and pretty much all of Tuesday that has been pitched halfway down at this end has disappeared.
That was better. But well pitched up, but wide, and an easy shot for a single to deep cover.
Yeah, everything has disappeared to that Belfast road end, and even more so today, I would say. The nature of the pitch a little bit slower. Doheny has been able to hit almost every ball a good 20 or 30 yards in front of square, which pretty much tells you about the pace. And everything has gone to the boundary, really. There hasn't been any top edges or mistimed pulls. Everything has hit the middle of the bat. So when you've pitched it up on a length, it's been dangerous. Just
Round
like
the
that.
wicket to Hume.
Just like that, you know, I mean, the percentage of balls in that area that have caused problems certainly outweigh anything that's been short. We saw exactly that on Tuesday when the Lightning took full toll of anything short, and just wonder sometimes about learning lessons. That's
Well
short
pulled.
again.
Into the gap.
That's four
And
again.
that's away.
That's four
for
for me.
four.
Yep, that's going to be
Good shot.
Again, short. Anything.
Graham Hume's third boundary of the innings.
You just mentioned the M word. Momentum
That's what it's all about.
can switch very, very quickly. We witnessed it on Tuesday. Knights had another couple of wickets already taken, but it didn't matter.
Now, I was talking about how hot it is for the batters. It's equally so for the fielding side.
Definitely.
We're not used to these kind of conditions, and it does take it out in you.
Even in the call box, even
in the what?
even in the commentary box. I
Yeah.
tell you, the heat
Yeah,
here
we're
is
sweltering.
it's quite warm.
But hey,
No complaints.
been in worse places.
Definitely. Definitely. But again, a good over for the Warriors there. 9 coming from it. A couple of short balls disappearing again.
Just a sign, I think, that the quicker bowlers are going to be more expensive because the batters want the ball coming onto them. It's not a very quick wicket. He's still got 3 overs from Van Verkum, 2 for Humphreys, and several for Ross Adair. He could even bowl Paul Stirling for a few if he wanted to.
Yep.
And of course, Mark Adair's got 5 from himself, and they'll certainly be used. And there's only 17 to go, so plenty of options for the Knights as they try to get this 5th wicket. Doheny on 75. The backbone of this Northwest Warriors innings. Hit in the air. One of the first times we've seen him really attack the ball away into the gap. A deep extra, but just a couple.
Yeah, that's what Hump should be wanting here, but he hasn't got the close-in catchers now. Doheny has managed to obviously spread those about, so it's a little bit of a safer option for him to try and lift it up. Over cover. Didn't try and overhit that one. He's happy to take 2. That's nicely bowled. That's the line that he's looking.
Yeah, more accurate that time. Didn't give the batter much freedom. Good length, good line. It's been a great spell of bowling by Humphreys. Bar the fact that he's had just 1 wicket to his name. That's very economical. Doheny moves to 78. His highest score in the series. Trying to become just the 5th batter to get a century in this IP50 Interprovincial Series this year.
Yeah, he's the only one. I mean, he's just about, I think, to pass the highest score. Nobody's gone on to make a century for the Warriors. This season, just the 4 so far in the tournament. There's a sweep
Nicely
out.
played. We haven't seen too many of those reverse sweeps today. That was good from Hume. And away it goes to the boundary for 4. He goes to 20. The score to 145 for 4.
Good option that time. Didn't try again. Hit the sweep, just let that one come on. Rolled it off the face of the bat. Plenty of pace on it. The delivery gets to the boundary. That'll be one.
And a nice push single to just keep it ticking along. Good innings this from Hume. 21 to him, 78 to Doheny. Humphreys last over going for 8 runs, 1 for 35 for him. That's expensive by his standards. And the score, 146 for 4 of 34. Just 16 overs to go in this Northwest Warriors innings. Of course, for those of you joining us late, it was Andy McBride at the toss who chose to bat first, just the second team to do in this Rario series of 12 matches.
Actually, just a decent little partnership here. We're increasing the run rate a little bit. We're up around 4.3, 49 now for this wicket. And there you see why Market there has decided to pull up on this occasion, but he's going to come back on here. And this is exactly what happens here. Partnership starting to form. Adair has decided he's bowled 5. 5 left out of the last 16.
I think he feels he needs to make a breakthrough here.
Yep. Probably bowled 2 here, I would think, with the hope that in one of those 2 overs he can break this partnership.
Nicely tucked into the square leg area by Hume. 147 for 4. Hume goes to 22. Doheny on 78. That run rate at 4.3 would give a total somewhere around 220. But I'm sure they'll want to increase that tempo with 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, definitely.
Very
Definitely with what we've got left here. Keeping those wickets in hand has been key. But it can only be key if you take advantage of it in the last 10. We've seen that happen fairly regularly in the tournament. We witnessed the carnage that the Lightning inflicted on the Warriors in the last 10. Haven't had a platform set. A record-breaking score down in Milverton. That's nicely bowled from Adair. He's just going through his middle overs repertoire now. No longer bowling at full tilt. Just change of pace.
When I'm watching Stephen Doheny, I'm getting the impression he's more of an opening batter in a 3, 4 or 5 day game than he is in a 50 over match. But he's very correct. He's technically very good. Got right over the top of that, kept it down. Man out in the deep is McCullum, just a single.
And the man that's fielded that there, James McCullum, would be a very similar player. Likes to bat for long periods of time. Not saying he can't, neither of them can bat in a 50 over game, of course they can. And I mean, Doheny's played beautifully here for 79, hasn't really given too many opportunities. Of course he can fire it up. Yeah, we mentioned that it's building a 5th wicket partnership here. It's just gone past the 50 mark. And now you can see it just less than run a ball.
Oh, that didn't carry. It was almost coming through to Theo van Verkum, but he just got stuck in his heels instead of charging at it. Could have made it into a catch.
Just seeing.
You see those so late, though, when you're feeling it.
It's difficult.
45 degrees.
It is quite difficult because obviously the batter masks you seeing the shot. But just watching Market there again, there he's pulled 5 balls here, nothing the same. Different pace, different lengths, and moving about the crease. There's another wide one.
And that was also a slower delivery, but just punched down the ground by Hume, who goes to 23.
Yeah, real good stuff from it there, as I say. Just going into the death mode a little bit there as we move on to 35 overs gone. The score 149 for 4, 15 to go. Those 15 could be absolutely crucial in the destination of this year's Rario IP50 Cup. Players are just going to take a well-earned drinks break. Myself and Stephen Elkin will do exactly the same. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
Yeah, I'll come and get you tomorrow morning. I'll run you free.
Okay, quick drinks break there. Very much needed from both players and commentators alike. Thirsty work here in the September sun at the Wards Tournament. You see on your screen there, 35 overs gone in this 50 over game. 15 to go, 149 for 4. You'd say very evenly poised at the minute. Matthew Humphreys bowling, there's a chance of a run out possibly.
Now that was a well taken single.
Yeah.
Proper backing up and shouting decisively makes it very difficult for the fielders if the two batters are in sync.
Possibly that's been a discussion point with the coaches.
150 up in the 36th over. Doheny on 79 on strike. A very good 24 not out so far from Graham Hume. This partnership now 53. Oh, beautiful delivery. Lovely spin on that one.
That's what we've been looking at past two games here. Pitching on off. Decent spin. But as we mentioned, he can't really have a slip fielder in there at the moment. Well, he's making me look a little bit silly because he's bringing one in now. I haven't seen that. But really, if that's the case, he should have been in from the start of the over. Reverse sweep
That
comes
was the
out,
reverse,
massive appeal,
and it's
he's gone.
out. Doheny is foxed by Humphreys, trying the reverse sweep on a straight delivery, and he's out. LBW, a massive blow for the Knights. A 5th wicket falls for the Warriors, and Doheny has to go for a well-compiled 79 off 97 deliveries. The 5th out for the Warriors. It's 150 for 5 in the 36th over.
There's not a batsman in cricket thinks they're out, but I can tell you for free, Stephen Doheny does not think that that was going on to hit the stumps. We're going to get a look at it now, and given the amount of spin on the previous ball, has he been given out on the shot? Trying to play a reverse sweep. That is turning. I can see why it was given. It is close to the off stump, but I can also see why Doheny's a little bit disappointed. I haven't seen the ball before.
Question mark about height and maybe just missing the off stump, but you know, if you miss the ball on a reverse sweep like that,
I do think there's a little bit of that.
you're in trouble.
Just playing that shot. You know, if he'd have just played a forward defensive there and sort of missed that, would he have been given? Sometimes I think the shot kind of makes it look a little bit worse. Not saying it's the worst decision I've ever seen, but I can see why Mark Hawthorne decided to go with Humphreys, but I can also see why Doheny's a little bit disappointed. He would be disappointed he didn't kick on straight after the drinks break to go and get that 3-figure score. That'll obviously be part of it, but you know, I haven't spoken to him obviously, but I don't think he was best pleased.
Humphreys into his 10th over and getting a breakthrough with 2 slips in place. The Knights going for the jugular here. Cameron Melly is the new batter. A man we know can score at a rapid rate. And Melly and Wilson joining Graham Hume. We could see some fireworks in the next few overs. Again, Humphreys confusing the batters really with his variance in line and the way he holds one back and pushes one through. It's been an excellent bowling performance by him.
He's only got 1 ball left though. This is his final delivery in this spell. And that's too short just to finish.
But just a single because McCullum is on the boundary. Melly gets off the mark, but a big over from Matt Humphreys, who finishes with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36, just 3.6 per over. Very good economy rate and a couple of very important wickets too.
Yeah. 2 for 37 from 10 from a spinner. You know, you would take that all day long. Just not 100% on the Knights here. You've seen that ball before the wicket. Turning a good 6 inches from the left arm spinner. Possibly, I could be doing him a little bit of a disservice. He may have pushed the next ball through a little bit, but Ian Van Verkum, maybe the Knights would have been hoping that they would have picked up a few more wickets, but very interesting change here now from Mark Adair. Came back to bowl 1 over. We've talked, I think, till the cows come home about matchups. You'd have thought maybe Van Verkum would have bowled, but it looks like he's possibly going to come on again to replace Humphreys. With 2 right-handers on. Strike, it's going to be Paul Stirling, who's going to be introduced in the 37th over. Vastly experienced, of course. Mostly associated opening the batting, but having faced him on many's an occasion. Very underrated bowler. And often doesn't really push himself forward to bowl. Kind of gets cajoled into it. So I wonder if Mark Adair at the break has said, I want a couple of overs from you, Sterlo. Here he is, bowling to Melly.
Well, it's like what we've been saying already. It is hard to get the spinners away on this wicket. And the quicker bowlers are going to go for more runs. Maybe with the exception of Mark Adair, who's so accurate.
Yeah, possibly. And Obviously with the left-hander now on strike. Exactly what the Knights will want. Adair now has replaced Sterling. He can't be in both places. So Adair's in it slip. That's nicely bowled. Just a very sedate action. Paul Sterling. He gets a good bit of momentum as he approaches the crease there.
Bowls from very wide of the crease, round the wicket to the left-hander. Just a single for Hume, who moves to 25. The score goes to 153 for 5.
So the level of amount of bowling that he does these days.
Turned round the corner by Melly to backward square leg. Foster is there.
Yeah, but just the amount of bowling he does these days, people would maybe categorise him in that sort of phrase we used there as a part-time bowler. In terms of the number of overs he bowls, possibly, but certainly not the level that he bowls at. He's just been very accurate. Doesn't usually give much away.
Quick single here, but easily completed by Hume, running to the non-striker's end. So just a few singles off this first Sterling over, which is just what his captain wants. Keep the score down, give the Knights their best opportunity to win this title. It's been Leinster Lightning's property for so long, it's time maybe for a change. And that's the end of the 37th over. 154 for 5, Hume on 25. Melly is 3-0 out, and just 3 runs off that first Sterling over.
Yeah, just looking at that table. Obviously with the Reds coming to the fore in the 50 over tournament last year. Their win on Monday with a bonus point, very convincing win. They were excellent on Monday against the Warriors. That took them top of the table to 14 points.
Theo van Workum is back on. He's got 3 left in his spell of 10. And it's going to be Graham Hume to face. I'm getting worried about those clouds over the city end of the ground. It's beginning to get a little bit overcast here and thundery feel about the atmosphere.
Yeah, just getting back to that table then. Obviously the win for the Reds on Monday took them top with 14. And then the Lightning's win on Tuesday, again, mightily convincing, took the bonus point. That took them ahead of the Reds on 14, but their very superior run rate has now put them top of the table. So they're both on 14. The Knights have 13 with this game. So obviously, that's in the air.
Oh, great diving attempt there by Mark Adair at mid-wicket. Got both hands to it, but couldn't cling on. It was a well-hit shot by Hume. Just a single. So close to the 6th wicket.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that these chances, that's difficult. As we'll see here. To Mark Adair's left, he's full stretch. But knowing Mark Adair, he'll be disappointed he didn't hang on, having made it full length. He'll be looking for the Instagram shot there, taking that catch, but he couldn't hang on.
Played straight to mid-wicket where Ross Adair is the fielder. Mark Adair at short cover, Ross Adair at short mid-wicket. Seems like they've been there forever. Shorter delivery, and Melly's eyes lit up, but he couldn't find the ball.
I sure did. Sometimes that, as we mentioned, the lesser delivery, a little bit short there. They get a little bit of bounce. That's floated. It's thrown up there. Took about 5 miles an hour off that one.
That's the kind of delivery that a batter who likes spin would be down the pitch in a flash to turn it into a full toss.
Yeah, so we were talking about the table, 2 on 14. It's the Lightning who are sitting top of the table. The Knights need to win. A win will give them the double this year, having already won the Rario T20 tournament. But there's still a job to do here. And the Warriors will be fighting hard to make sure that they can finish with a win. Take them in to 3 wins and 3 losses.
Paul Sterling to continue from the city end. Short delivery. That could have been pulled away, but...
yeah, just that pace he bowls with. Quick arm. Bowls a little bit quicker than you think.
Graham Hume in 2 minds there. He was thinking of coming down the pitch, but I think Sterling saw him come and he dropped it in a bit shorter. Clever bowling. This time Hume gets the big bat on it, but just a single to McCullum.
Yeah, just flipped out of the front of the hand there a little bit quicker. Now just having a little bit of a chat with the skipper. Yep, having a little bit of think about what the best option for Camermelli might be here, what the sort of shot he's looking to play. See, sort of miming that he may sort of look to go to the leg side.
Played straight to the fielder. Lots of dots. Just what the Knights wanted.
Paul Sterling was about to turn to the umpire there. Camermelli hadn't got the bat down on that. That's floated.
Straight to McCullum. Deep square leg, just a single to Melly.
Plays with the spin.
He moves to 4, the score to 158 for 5. And just 1 delivery to go now in this 39th over. Sterling doing a great job for his skipper. Short this time, and that's pulled away backward of square. And that's going to beat Cade Carmichael, who's had to run about 40 yards to get close to it. A boundary for the Warriors. Hume scoring that and getting to 32. The score is 162 for 5.
Yeah, be disappointed. Paul Sterling there. He's been targeting the leg stump, trying to crump Graham Hume, but just got that one a little bit outside of that leg area and allowed Graham Hume to extend the arms, play a free shot, and he got plenty of bat on it. Gets a boundary.
Conditions are changing by the minute here. Very overcast clouds coming over the ground. The temperature has dropped, I'd say, at least 3 or 4 degrees. And when the conditions change, usually the bowlers are at an advantage when you get this kind of heavy overcast conditions. But of course, the balls at both ends are pretty worn at this stage.
Oh, how does that miss? How does that miss? Thrown up again. Ross Adair just in front of us here. He was getting ready as he thought that was going to be hit into his area. But the old head just came up from Camermelli. Spin again.
Lovely
There's that
turn.
spin. Camermelli just gives a nod there. That's what I'm talking about. There's still plenty of spin there.
Bit short of that time, the ball getting up off a good length.
So this 162 for 5 with 10 to go. Again, we'd be talking about that 4 and over behind the rate. But could that be enough today, given the amount of spin on offer? In the air.
Sliced and the top edge just away past Mays at backward point. McCullum will come around. They'll get a couple.
Should be 3.
Yeah, should have been 3 again. You see that hesitancy.
Definitely should have been 3 there.
Melly moves to 6. 164 for 5. Coming to the end of power play 2. That was a better hit shot, but it's straight to the fielder. Humphreys, a deep mid off.
Yep, kept the shape a little bit better at that time. Cameron Millie stayed with the shot. I'll call up Ross Adair from what was long on. Now into mid off the left-hander. 45, 2 men on the leg side boundary for that sweep.
And just dropped into the offside. Clever play from Hume. Another single to him.
Yeah, well watched that. Graham Hume could have just dotted that down, but just knocked it into the offside, picked the fielder, gets a single. Forgetting about slip now. Just going back to 45 again. Just 4 from this over. Can they get out of it this time? Boundary off the last ball in the last over.
And just again, just a single from Melly, dropping it short and hit and run stuff from the Warriors, but it's only 167 for 5 with 10 overs remaining. And it's interesting to look at how many runs have been scored in each set of 5 overs, and really there hasn't been a great increase in tempo as the run rate would suggest. 18 off the first 5, 28 for 1 off the second 5, 13 for 1 off the third 5, 14, 24, 27, 25, and that last 5 overs went for just 18 with the loss of 1 wicket. So nothing really suggesting here that the Warriors can increase the tempo, but with 10 overs to go and 5 wickets in hand, they surely have to take a few chances now. Sterling will continue from the City end.
Yeah, it's always setting teams when they're setting targets. It's always that conundrum, the question of when does the button get pressed? In terms of, if you could work out one of those algorithms is to tell you when this is when you should go, as we talked about with Ireland's Gary Wilson earlier. It's about as much as what's in your head, the mental sort of thought process here of working out what's a good score here. Do we need, is 200 a good score on this wicket? They're the guys out there, so they're the ones in charge. Is 200, 220 good enough? So we just milk it? Or
short, and again a fantastic diving leap there from Ross Adair, and like his brother before him, he couldn't quite hang on.
Yeah, again, want to be critical. I think that should be taken. That's at least 4 or 5.
Very difficult chance this. It was
4 or
really
5
fine.
options. Just for the Knights. It's well connected by Graham Hume.
Did you see the way that ball just stopped in the pitch? Oh, great diving stop out there in the deep, but did he touch the rope? I think he did. Yeah, 4 is signalled.
There's the consequence of that drop immediately. That's a poor ball from Paul Sterling. Wide outside the off stump, plenty of width. A great effort from Keith Carmichael. He actually got to it, and then when he flicked it back, hit his leg, went back over the rope. Yeah, but that was the consequence of the ball before. Take a wicket, take the catch. You know, changes everything. Next ball goes for 4. Suddenly, 7 from the first 3 instead of a wicket.
For all of you watching us from the northwest, from Breedy and Eglinton and all places connected with the Northwest Warriors, I just want to apologise for my co-commentator, because there's only one team out there for him, and I don't blame him. It's an exciting day for all you Knights fans. Why not come down and see if they can clinch this title, because they'll be starting their run chase in about an hour and a half's time, as long as that shower doesn't hit us.
Yeah, and you've mentioned a few times about the changing conditions. The temperature has definitely dropped by a good few degrees here. It's warm right in the middle, but in a funny kind of way, if one of those projected little storms are going to be it's only going to be that. It's going to be a short little burst of rain, I would think. It's not going to be anything prolonged. Might actually help the Knights a little bit for a couple of reasons. Unlikely to be long enough, I suppose, to curtail overs. We're going to have to have rain for a good hour probably before overs will start to get cut, but it may just dampen the wicket a little bit. And that's
off the leading edge. That's
absolutely incredible.
Theo van Workum. See how that ball stopped?
Graham Hume.
Hume is out. Caught by
Adair.
Mark Adair at mid-wicket. And the 6th wicket goes for the Northwest Warriors. And it's a very important wicket because Hume had played himself in. It's 175 for 6 now in the 42nd over.
Yeah, Graham Hume will be spitting. Absolutely spitting. A ball into the pitch. We'll see it again here. Not a great ball from Van Verkum. Into the pitch, as we'll see here. Just spins and holds up. And Graham Hume probably could have whacked that anywhere he wanted, but with the spin, pulled out of the shot. Got the leading edge, and it just lobbed up. He was halfway off the pitch by the time the ball landed into Mark Adair's hands. And he'd given himself out before the catch was taken there. Such was his despondency at the shot. But it's another wicket. Just as he was starting to get going, Graham Hume, he'd done well for his side, 35 from 51. But just another sign, plenty an offer, as we keep saying, at this deck for the spinners. There's a couple in the, at least 2, maybe even 3 or 4 part-timers. Carson McCulloch definitely there. Scott Macbeth will bowl, and of course Andy McBride. He'll be looking at this thinking, we're in business. A new man out to the crease. Jared Wilson plays his cricket in Northern Cricket Union now at Cliftonville Academy.
Oh, that's pretty straight too. And this time the hands stay down.
May have been just the old ball there, just going on with the arm down leg side. But given the spin we've seen so far, was it turning back in? No, I think that was just slipping down leg.
And this time it's a little bit uppish, but nobody at short mid on. So off the mark, Jared Wilson.
Yeah, he's had a really good season for his new side in Northern Cricket Union. Moved down from the Northwest. New player coach at Cliftonville Academy.
Oh, the turn there. Theo van Workum with 2 wickets today equals the top wicket taker of the series. Liam McCarthy was on 15 after his splendid 5 for 16 for the Reds against the Warriors earlier in the week in Breedy.
Yeah, anybody who was
great
watching,
effort from Van Verkum.
Anybody who was watching that spell, a couple of spells, certainly the opening one from McCarthy, couldn't have been anything but impressed that day. It's one of my highlights for this year. That spell from McCarthy, he's really stuck his hand up this year. And actually, it's exactly what the Interprovincial Series is about, in terms of maybe guys that other unions haven't seen before, don't play week in, week out in their league structure. We get to see them now in the Interprovincials.
End of his 10 overs, Van Verkum with a very fine 2 for 32, just 3.2 per over, and 2 very important wickets. The wickets of Andy McBride and then Graham Hume in his last over. A wicket off his first ball, I think it was, and a wicket off the first ball of his final over. And with 6 wickets down and just 177 on the board, the Northwest Warriors are in trouble here. Run rate 4.21, just 8 overs remaining, and back comes the Knights skipper, Mark Adair, with 4 overs left to bowl, and he'll bowl them, presumably, 4 in a row from the city end.
Well, we mentioned during the game, just let this ball from Adair. Nicely cut, just be 1. Yeah, okay. We mentioned earlier when they came on, there was a little bit of a bowl off between Van Verkum and Humphreys. Obviously vying for a spot in the national team squad. They're very, very similar. Two
Yep.
for 37 and 2 for 32. Very similar. Returns from their 10 overs.
That's 20 overs for just 72. It's
Yeah,
very good.
It's good stuff from both of them.
And that played straight to the fielder, topping at backward point.
But it'll be interesting to see in that second innings who's right and who's wrong, because for me, although they've only gone 3.5 and over and taken 4 wickets, it seems really harsh to say, but I just think they could have maybe bowled at the stumps a little bit more and used the spin that was on offer. And I don't know, we'll see in the second innings whether or not there's an appeal from behind.
And from the bowler, but only belatedly, as that ball lifted away from Jared Wilson.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned him very much today. Neil Rock behind the stumps. You can see number 5 in his back there, but you can see he was pretty confident at this. A bit short. He goes pretty much up straight away. Market there, follows him.
8 catches and 2 stumpings for him in this Rario Provincial Series. Oh, and that one's up in the air. It's off the top edge. Can Humphreys get there? Not quite. And they're going for a second here.
Oh, that could be out.
And
The
big
direct hit.
appeals from wicket keeper and a couple of the fielders, but there's no finger raised again. It's
That's
just
all happening.
2 runs scored for Wilson off a miss hit.
Pretty much everything happening there. You can see Matthew Humphreys trying to run back and make the catch. Gets up, left arm, throws in. Let's have a look. Ooh, it's tight. The direct hit there. Mark was confident. Mark Hawthorne says no.
Wilson goes to 3. Melly on 16. Mark Adair can sense blood. Single down the ground from Wilson.
Yeah, we talked about that switch, when that was going to be sort of pressed. And it's all guns blazing for the Warriors. It doesn't look as if they've decided to go just yet. 7 overs after this delivery.
Well, as you know, it's very hard to go against Mark Adair, who's gone for just 19 runs in his first 6 overs. And that one's high in the air towards deep backward point. And the spin almost catching Carmichael out. A couple more runs for the Warriors. 183 for 6 now, the end of 43 overs. An expensive over from Adair, 6 runs from it. 1 for 25 for him of 7. And there's just 7 overs remaining, and that run rate still very much in the low 4s.
It's going to be interesting to see where Mark Adair goes now. What a surprising choice, you may say. He's going to stick with spin. Ross Adair is going to come back here. He was down in front of us a couple of overs ago, having a bit of a laugh with a few boys walking around saying he was turning it square. He's doing plenty.
It's the Ross and Mark show. Wow, those 2 catches they dropped were unbelievable efforts. There were a lot of fielders who wouldn't have even got their hands to those balls, but they turned them into unbelievable chances. And now here they are, bowling in tandem as well.
Big ask from Ross Adair.
That's a wide for sure, down the leg side. Few drops of rain. We can hear them coming down on our tent. The commentary position here at the Dundonald end of this beautiful ground at Stormont. Pulled away to topping at deep mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah, getting a little bit heavier, just in terms of the rain, and I think this just might benefit the Northern Knights here. A little bit of moisture. Usually we say that, but a little bit of tickled around the corner. sure how he got it there. Cameron Melly.
The umpire actually signalled a wide, so it must have come off Neil Rock, I think.
Must have done, because it ended up on the offside. That's 2 wides. Let's see it again here. Just, yeah, it did. Neil Rock going down the leg side, kept a little bit low, caught the pad.
Now, the umpires would love to see this 50 overs completed before the rain, but unfortunately it's coming down heavier, and I think they're going to have to call a halt to things very soon.
Well,
what a pity for the many fans who've come here to see this game. But we were expecting this.
Yeah, there's blue skies above, and unless it gets really heavy, there'll be very lows to come off. That's nicely bowled from it there. And although we can hear quite a lot of raindrops on top of the sort of tent here, I think they'll try their very utmost to stay out there. Comes down. Jared Wilson. Just the one. Yeah.
Proving to be an expensive over from Ross Adair. 4 off the bat, 2 wides.
I'll come down to these last 2 deliveries.
That was very close to the leg stump. There was an anguished cry from the bowler, who must have thought he was just about to appeal for LBW, but
it's been given as a wide.
Again down the leg side.
So, yeah, just no boundaries coming, but singles and the extras just adding up here. 192 now. There'll be one more, possibly even 2 if they push.
Scratchy single out to deep mid-wicket, but Topping steaming in from the boundary to save the second run. So just one more delivery in this 9-ball over so far, assuming he doesn't bowl another wide or a no ball. And there's nobody in tight on the onside, so
yeah, hold on to it. Yeah,
I think that's the first. No, it isn't actually the first over of the innings. There was one with 3 boundaries earlier on, so it's probably the second most expensive over of the match so far. Ross Adair, 4 overs, 1 for 25, 6 singles and a few wides. And here's the card. That innings by Doheny holding the Northwest Warriors together. Hume and Melly making important contributions. And see that extras total, just 10 with only 6 overs to go. 194 for 6.
Yeah, big 6 overs coming up here, not just for today, for the whole competition. I think what, 10 and over as you would normally expect at this stage. You know, sort of 9, 8, 9, 10 and over. If you get to 10 and over, up to that 250 mark, this guy will be certainly looking to restrict that from his end. He'll pull 3. That rain has quickly dissipated away, blown over by the look of it for now. So good decision not to come off from the umpires.
Short ball making it very difficult for Melly. Took evasive action and got a run.
Yeah, he's just so confident in his own game now. Mark Adair at this stage of an innings. Built that experience up over the years. Has suffered on occasions at death, but it's his stick ability to come back time and time again, despite maybe going for the 20 or whatever and over. He never shirks away, always comes back, both for his club, province, and indeed in the national side. Always willing to take the ball and do his stuff. Just one.
Scoop shot down to third man, where Van Verkum is the fielder.
But as I say, so confident, knowledgeable in what he's doing now. Seems to go on autopilot right now and is able to change up automatically. Knows exactly where he wants his fielders. Always a good sign from a bowler. Not having to think too much about it. Knows exactly what he wants to do.
And he's
That's been nicked.
Well wide of the stumps and just an edge on it. Away it goes to the boundary. Melly moves to 25, and that's the 200 up for the Northwest Warriors. 200 coming up in the 45th over.
Just keep an eye on that for the next 5 overs. Now we'll be looking 1 boundary per over. Just one minimum of 1 per over. They should be pushing up to that 250 mark if that's the case. Stepping away, clearing that left leg.
Paul Sterling very deep, just on the edge of the circle at cover. So they were able to get the single.
You can safely say that Melly and Wilson have decided to push the button. Right now, Melly gone into T20 mode. He's almost getting squared on. His left leg comes away that far. Slower ball in the air.
Evaded the fielder inside the circle. Van Verkum will keep it down to just 1. Melly goes to 26. Wilson on 10. 202 for 6 after 45 overs. There's 5 to go. 10 and over. And, well, you never know. 250 might be a workable score for the Warriors. There's the bowling card. As you can see, plenty of overs left for Mays and Foster. Who will bowl at this end? That's the question. These final 3 overs at the Dundonald end.
As we mentioned about the spin, 69 runs, 4 wickets, 20 overs for the 2 left-arm spinners. But I think it's telling you everything you need to know about the bowling conditions. That we're 5 overs from the close.
That last 5 overs, by the way, was the most successful run-wise for the Warriors. 35 for 1 off those last 5, 7 and over. Can they keep it going at 7 and over and post 337, 340?
You've given them an extra 100, Stephen. It's only 200.
Well, whatever. You know what I mean. Well, there's a boundary. That'll help.
There's your boundary.
Melly down the ground.
As I was kind of saying, it tells you everything you need to know here about what's happening out there, because Mays has got 4, Foster's got 6, and yet they're bowling the left arm spin of Rossiter at this end.
And that's up in the air and straight down Cade Carmichael's throat, and that's a catch for a fielder who has been in front of that pavilion all day long, scampering about, saving runs aplenty, and he's got his reward. Wilson caught by Cade Carmichael off the bowling of Rossiter, his 2nd wicket in his 5th over, and it's 7 down now for 206 with less than 5 overs to go.
Yeah, I think you could see there, safe to say that Jared Wilson had decided that this was the over that had to go. Boundary off the first, tries to clear the ropes with the 2nd. Doesn't quite get it, and Cade Carmichael this time settles under it, takes it nicely in front of his eyes. 7th wicket goes. That's actually quite an important wicket for the Knights, because Jared Wilson could do a little bit of damage in these last few overs. Well, adept at clearing the ropes on that occasion. Carson McCulloch.
CIYMS's Carson McCulloch is coming into bat now. Young 18-year-old, plays with the Irish under-19 team, made his list day debut against Munster this week, having been transferred to the Warriors from the Knights.
Yep. He'll be well used to the guy at the other end who's bowling at the minute. Maybe not faced him too much in the nets. both play at the same club. He struck that beautifully. That'll be one. Yeah, Ross Adair, of course, plays at CIYMS himself, so I'm sure he's bowled a few times to Carson McCulloch in the nets at Belmont Road. So he will be well used to it. He strikes that down the ground for one.
Thankfully, that rain is keeping off, and we've only got 4.4 overs to go in this Northwest Warriors innings. So looking like we'll get it in before the luncheon break. Manny down the ground for one to take him to 27, I think. Score 207, 208 for 7.
And he feels that. It's important. Dot balls. Everybody's looking at that total now, 250. Anything less than that, Knights will be going into that break a little bit happy. Anything above comes down again.
Snicked away off
Can
the
they come back
inside
for
edge?
2 this time? A little
Well,
bit of hesitation.
again, it's been happening all day.
A little bit of hesitation.
I remember as a schoolboy being taught how to run between the wickets, and you know, it was always really important as kids that we, you know, and I can't believe at this level, at interprovincial level, that players aren't more adept at taking singles and turning ones into twos, or even twos into threes.
There'll be lots of boundaries here today. It'll be quite important for the Knights to look at this. They've obviously been out there for those 46 overs now. It'll be worth the chat with the coaching staff about maybe taking a few more singles, and just the boundaries will probably come given the nature of the ground, speed of the outfield, obviously depending on what sort of bowling you're facing. But boundaries usually come fairly quickly here, so it's just those extra ones and twos. If you can pick a few up in the over, that might bring this total. It's not going to be, by the look of it, a sort of power score here as you would normally expect at Stormont. But this used wicket may prove difficult in the second innings.
Tom
There's a
Mays.
single. That's a better run.
Yeah, taken well by young Carson McCulloch.
Yeah, so I think looking at it now, he's going back to Mays from that far end where he has bowled so far today. So he'll probably close out now with 47 and 49. And then hazard a guess that Market there for sure will come back on from the Dundonald end and close out with 48 and 50.
Tom Mays, who's yet to get a breakthrough so far today.
Just keep an eye out for those boundaries. Just one per over we're looking for a Northwest Warrior.
We're into power play 3, of course, final 10 overs with up to 5 players outside the circle. But such is the situation of this match. I think there's actually only 4 outside the circle at the moment. Sliced away, but evading topping.
Oh, he's gone for 2
They're
this
going
time.
for 2, and they're going to
Could be in
get it
trouble.
too. They're going to get it.
Oh,
2 young players, full of enthusiasm. That's the way it should be. Melly goes to 29. McCulloch on 3. .3 overs remaining. Melly's done a good job, coming in at 5 wickets down for 150. Over the top of the bowler's head. Tom Mays must have thought that he was going to get a chance there for a second. And good fielding it long off, just a single.
Yeah, this is okay. This is okay for the Knights. Just this last ball. We always talk about the last ball of an over determines it. If it goes for a boundary. Sorry, two to come, these last two, sorry. But if it went for the boundary in these last couple, it becomes a Warriors win. That's short.
That's
pulled.
pulled away, but straight to McCullum. And just as Carmichael has been in front of the pavilion all day, so McCullum has spent an awful long time over in that road to the city.
Traffic.
Eating up those diesel fumes near those beautiful trees that separate this lovely ground from the world outside.
Yeah, you are cut off a little bit, but James McCullum will be down in that boundary. He'll be hearing busy traffic going past on the Belfast Road. He has been stationed out there quite a bit. Here's that last ball of the over. Just 5 so far. Well, he clears the leg. He's got it in the gap.
Well, that should be 2. And is. Great work from Matty. Up to 32 now off just 34 deliveries. McCulloch on 4. That last maze over going for 7. And after 47 with just 3 overs remaining, 216 for 7.
Yeah, I think the Knights will take that. No boundary. And the over. Mentioned a few times. Everybody probably looking at 250 now as a par score. I haven't seen what we've seen. Looking at the attack and spin options for the Warriors. Obviously, the vast experience of Andy McBride. Then 2 young bowlers. Scott Macbeth off spin, Carson McCulloch left arm.
Run rate's up to 4.6, which is probably the highest it's been today. Question is, can they get it to 5? Only 3 overs left, and 2 of those will be bowled by Mark Adair, so it'll take some batting from these two to reach that 5 runs and over target.
Interesting to watch Mark Adair here. Young bowlers. Just keep an eye on his variations here. There's an opener. Quick.
And he's touched that and he's walking. He didn't even wait for the umpire to raise his finger. Just a little top edge there from McCulloch. That short ball from Mark Adair doing the business. And it's 8 down now for the Northwest Warriors. 216 for 8. And we've just got 17 balls to go.
Yeah, I wonder if Carson McCulloch would have walked if it had been any other bowler that was bowling to him there. Yeah, he's got a tickle on that, okay, but bit of a fumble, but yeah, of course, Mark Adair, senior player at his club, CIYMS. So I wonder if he was just thinking, maybe if I don't walk here, he might give me a touch
of father and son.
Father and son, a bit of nepotism there, indeed. He just walked off. But yeah, I think looking at the replay, a little bit of glove on it. Neil Rock on the second effort.
Neil Rock's
the catch.
9th catch to add to the 2 stumpings he's made in this series. Easily the most successful, but then wicketkeepers usually are when it comes to catches. 9th catch of the series.
He'll have a big role to play, I can guarantee it.
Oh yeah.
He'll have a big role to play.
Here comes Ryan Macbeth. Ryan Macbeth, I've seen him bat well on a few occasions.
Just looking at Mark Adair there, you can see, as I was just saying, for a young bowler, trying to learn his trade at the death. Just to watch him. That was a quick ball up around the head area at Carson McCulloch.
Down the leg side and a wide, almost reluctantly singled.
Well, I think he thought maybe there was a little bit of pad on that. A little chat to Mark Hawthorne and a little bit of chat back. A little bit of byplay between bowler and umpire there.
Nothing like a bit of banter, eh? 2 wickets for Ross Adair, 2 wickets for Matt Humphreys, 2 wickets for Theo van Verkum, and 2 wickets now for Mark Adair. Full toss, rare sight indeed. It's like seeing one of those albatrosses at sea.
He'll not be happy with that. Yeah, that's just a freebie for Macbeth, given the field also. Just a man at point. Paul Sterling's up in the ring. He's not even down it. Third man. And that was a freebie for Macbeth. Just missed his length there. Mark it there. He'll be disappointed with that. Goes back to the shorter ball. On pace.
That'll be the one for the over, surely. I didn't see the umpire signal it.
But as I was saying, just to watch him go through that repertoire, clarity of thought there, you can sort of see him walking back. I'm pretty sure he's got his over mapped out in his head with the experience he has.
If he'd left that alone, it would have been a wide.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Just mixing everything up. The batter gets confused, can't set themselves. You just bowl length at this stage, on pace. Batters will quickly get used to that. So it there goes through the repertoire, whether it be a quick bouncer. That one was a extremely slow bouncer outside off. Macbeth couldn't get hold of it, so just one. Ones are always a win at this stage.
Cameron Melly has quietly moved on to 32. And that's off the edge and away down to find third man, and that'll be another boundary from Melly, who has done really well coming in, as I said, at 150 for 5.
Yeah, might say that's a little bit fortunate. But actually, I don't think it's a bad shot there. Came down the track to look, hit down the ground, but was able to adjust. The ball was short, and again on pace. Just opened the face and was able to run it down for 4. Now he goes over a run of ball now.
Remarkably, 10 off this over so far, with just one delivery remaining. That was well played, but there's a fielder out there, Ross Adair, deep mid-wicket, just a single. But Melly keeps the strike. He goes to 37. It's the end of the 48th over. 227 for 8. It's looking a bit more respectable for the Warriors. And not the most expensive over we've seen from Ross Adair, but he did get the wicket with the first ball of that over. Nine wickets now for Mark Adair. 2 for 44. Quite expensive for him.
Yeah, just those last couple of overs have gone for a few, but just don't mind really. He's always going to go for runs at this stage, really. Got a wicket though in the over. Well bowled again. He's 2 for 44. Tom May's trying to close out from that.
His final over now, his 8th. And it's Melly on strike.
Yeah, you can see Melly go to the leg side. He's going to the offside and then back to the leg. That's going to be out.
He snicked it. He was trying to run it down to third man, but it didn't snick enough. He got a fine edge, and Mays has his first breakthrough. Joins the wicket takers today. And it's the end of Cameron Melly with a very good 37 off 37 deliveries. Caught by Neil Rock, bowled by Tom Mays.
Yeah,
just like this.
A little bit of the hokey cookie here. Cameron Melly, you can see outside off, back outside leg, and then just offering up the catch to Neil Rock. Straight off the face. And comfortable catch this time for Neil Rock.
The only Northwest Warriors batter today to score a run of ball on what we think is a difficult wicket.
Yeah, you can see just running that off the face straight to Neil Rock.
Catching practice.
Yeah, actually quite important here now. The Knights still 11 balls left here. The Knights can pick up a wicket. Be quite important, those possible 20 runs off the last 11 you would think could be possible, so they can Keep
Yes,
this down below
Craig.
230 now.
Craig Young now at the crease. Turn nicely to fine leg and let them have the single.
Just getting rid of Melly as well. As we mentioned earlier, been a good T20 exponent this year. So, just seeing the back of him for these last couple of overs. Just important not to let this get away from the Knights.
And I would say it's important for the Warriors to bat all 50. 10 deliveries left. They don't want to lose a wicket here and find themselves all out. Couple of runs there to deep third off the bat of Ryan Macbeth, who goes to 7 or 4 deliveries. I wonder if more fielders inside the circle wouldn't be the answer here against two fresh batters playing against two excellent bowlers. Two left in the over.
Yep, Knights will be taking this now. 2 balls to go in this over if Tom Mays can manage to get away without conceding a boundary. Macbeth on that occasion looking to flick that behind square.
Short ball pulled away, pulverised towards the roller. Fine boundary from Ryan Macbeth, who moves to 11 off 6.
Yeah, and conversely, if the Warriors can pick up a boundary or 2 off these last 2 balls, just gets them a little bit closer. That's a nice shot from Macbeth in the arc. The important thing is there he picks the gap. There's 2 men out there. Gets it away for 4.
So 7 deliveries to go. Mays may be bowling a little bit short here. He needs to pitch it up. They've brought in an extra fielder behind square on the offside. And that time, a much better delivery. Macbeth playing and missing.
Yep, again, clearing that leg. Can't give himself the option of the offside on that occasion. Vercom coming up into the ring. Doesn't make contact.
And that's the end of Tom Mays today. 8 overs, 2 for 44.
It's just actually 1 for 44. It's a top ball.
Yeah.
Top ball at the end there. It's not a wicket.
My apologies. Yeah, 1 for 44. You're right. So 1 over to go, and it's that man, Mark Adair, who will take responsibility. And it'll be Young on strike. 6 deliveries, 234. I think the Knights will be quite happy if it's no more than 240.
Off pace from Adair. Slower.
Single down to Van
pitch.
Vercom.
Yep. Take that. Single.
Brings the dangerous Macbeth on strike. He's more likely to hit boundaries of these two.
Not so sure about that. Craig Young will be having a word with you at the break. Here's that, Stephen. Oh, that's
Clever.
nice.
Very clever. Ramp shot down to very fine on the offside, and it's a boundary for Macbeth. What did I tell you? Well, he's on strike. You can only score a boundary if you're on strike.
That's correct, but he's run that off the face
But
nicely.
very important. 15 runs he's scored in jig time. 239 for 9.
Pick the field there.
230.
239 for
For
9 is
nine,
right.
yeah.
Yep.
Just having a little bit of a hiccup on the scoring, which is out of our control.
That's
And
well
a quick
bowled.
single there, just played into deepish cover, topping in to pick it up.
Nicely bowled again. But they are just right in at the toes. No opportunity. Swing the arms.
They still haven't got that dot in on the last ball of the maze over, and it's kind of confusing things. But the score is 240 for 9. Macbeth on 16 and Young on strike here on 2. Oh, that was supposed to go to the mid-wicket boundary, but somehow or other it's ended up in the covers, off the toe end of the bat. But it's a run.
He's taking a look at it there, looking at his bat. Craig Young.
That's how you break him. Crack them down the bottom end.
Yeah, right on the end of it there. You can see it right here.
He's
looking over the clubhouse.
Might even have come off the back of the bat. It's a really strange one.
It's just one note.
Yep. 2 deliveries to go. We're up to date. 241 for 9. Macbeth will have a heave-ho here. Well, he got his bat on the ball, and he was almost run out there by a very sharp marker there. Who, if he can't get him out one way, might try and do it the other.
Well, I can tell you, if that had hit the stumps and went for 4 overthrows, and anybody else had done it, Marketer would have gone through them for a shortcut. As it is, missed everything, through the rock. The final ball of this innings upcoming, 241 for 9. Oh, that's beautifully bowled from
Slower
Marketer.
delivery, confusing Ryan Macbeth, who has to give sway to
Really
the
nice.
Northern Knights skipper. And at the end of 50 overs, 241 for 9 is the target for the Knights. That's what's between them and victory in this Rario 50 over interprovincial series that will conclude today after the lunch break, when the Knights come out to bat knowing exactly what they have to do, less than 5 and over.
Yeah.
Mark Adair with some fine bowling.
It's hard to know whether that's a good score. There is the card. Stephen Doheney batting pretty much through the innings. 79. The wickets fell early. Beautiful ball from Van Verkum, got McBride. And then the spin came on in the middle overs. Did look difficult at times, but the Warriors batters got through it. All getting starts there. Hume, Melly with a good knock towards the end. Jared Wilson, all getting going. And then a decent wee partnership at the end from Macbeth and Young. And we see the partnerships in full. Pretty much standard the whole way along. Every single one of them into double figures, but no major partnerships there. The 53 between Doheney and Hume in the middle order, the highest. But 241 the score.
And the bowling for the Knights, and 2 wicket hauls for Mark Adair, the skipper, for Van Verkum, Humphreys and Ross Adair, and Sterling and Foster also getting involved. Mays getting a wicket there near the end. You can see the runs per over, very tidy indeed. And here's the situation at half-time, as it were, as we go into lunch. The Warriors 241 for 9 off their 50 overs. And the Knights will have to score a shade under 5 and over if they are to lift the title. The Warriors, with that score, cannot win this league now, even mathematically.
Yeah.
The Leinster Lightning will be watching this afternoon's proceedings very carefully indeed, and we hope that we will see a trophy presentation later in the day. But there you have it, the run chase for the Knights to begin at 3 o'clock, and we'll be here, and we hope you are too. From all of us here at Stormont, it's goodbye for now.
So welcome back, everyone, to the Ward Complex at Stormont. We are here for the final innings of this Rario Interprovincial 50 Over Cup in Ireland, and it's coming down to the wire. It's the Northern Knights chasing the title up against the Northwest Warriors, as you see on screen there. The Warriors 241 for 9 from their 50 overs. So it's a simple equation here. The Knights chasing 242 to win the tournament. Graham Hume, big wide to start. That's going to be 5 wides to start with. Not what the Warriors wanted. Immediately on the board with 5 without having to do very much at all. I'm delighted once again to be joined by Stephen Elkin. A bit of a rain in between there in the innings, Stephen, but thankfully we're back starting on time and we should get a full 50 overs in here. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's a very heavy, muggy sort of a day. Temperature in the mid-20s. Set fair, it seems now, after a little threat during the lunch break. And there is Ross Adair getting off the mark down to third man. First run off the bat, bringing Paul Sterling on strike for the Knights.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to this. 12 matches right throughout the summer, spread right across the country, all the way down to Mardyke in Cork, right up to Breedy in the northwest, and all in between. It's been a super series, this Interprovincial 50 Over Cup, but it comes down to this. The Warriors, I cannot win the trophy, but they'll be looking to inflict a bit of damage on their northern neighbours and prevent them from winning the trophy. Whereas the Knights, they'll be looking to back up their IP50 trophy and be presented with the Rario trophy later on today. A good start from them, just 8 from the first 2 balls.
If you could have written a script for the Warriors of how not to start this fielding display, I'm afraid we've seen it just now.
Well, to be honest with you, it's
looking
really
awfully
strange
easy,
because Graham Hume, as we've witnessed right the way through this whole tournament, and indeed for his club and country, now Ireland, is usually right on the money. He's a bowler. He doesn't try too many different things, just likes to hit back of a length, outside off stump, put all the pressure onto the batter. Just early doors here. Can happen to anyone. Can just happen. A couple sprayed wide. Those 5 wides obviously first up don't help at all. Going to get a ball once again at Ross Adair.
nicely played. Straight face of the bat. Another couple, maybe even more. No, just the 2.
Slant on by Ross Adair, but again straying away from his usual lengths.
Uh-oh. Just feeling something there.
Yeah, tried to catch that on the way in. Just got one of those ones on the end of the finger. Anybody? Yeah, you can see that. Anybody who has played the game at any level, you just get one of those hard white cricket balls on the end of your finger. Really sting. It'll take a little while just to keep it moving. There you go. I was just going to say, you'll do the old fist clench and release the fist to try and relieve the pain. It'd be fine. That's the usual stock delivery we would get.
Dot ball at last. Dot ball.
Yeah, that's the type of thing he's known for. Just hitting the splice of the bat off that back of a length. That's his normal. He's still grimacing with that finger. Sorry to laugh. It's not particularly funny. Certainly not for Hume. A bit of a chuckle there to himself, but it's not nice to. But the lucky thing is it's quite warm today. If you get one of those start of April.
Oh,
that's
a little.
Nicked.
That was an edge. Just didn't carry. Wicket keeper and slip very deep. And that's the end of a very eventful opening over, and 11 runs coming from it. Just 231 required now from 49 overs. Required rate just 4.71. Ross Adair and Paul Stirling both on 3.
Yeah, I think we've seen throughout the years, and even this week, run rate isn't usually a problem here at Stormont. Rapid outfield, as we've talked about on several occasions. So the run rate will almost certainly not be an issue for the Knights. It's wickets. They keep wickets in hand throughout this innings. They'll be looking to make it nice and casual. They don't want any last 5 over nerves here.
For the Warriors, it's really important that their bowlers don't strain and try to effort an extra, couple of miles per hour out of deliveries, because that's what's going to lead to inaccuracy. And what they really need is to build up pressure and not allow the Knights to get away. Even if they don't take wickets, they've got to keep the score down.
Right, Macbeth. Let's say he's got away with that one.
Absolutely.
He bowls that again in the next few overs. I think Paul Stirling might take full toll of that. Just first up, 2 slips for Ram Macbeth. His stock delivery slightly different from Graham Hume. Hasn't got the pace of Graham Hume, but he'll bowl usually on that off stump and try and swing the ball away.
Couple of slips, yeah. And that's just pulled away in front of square. So the man at square leg has to come around, Liam Doherty. Easy couple of runs for Stirling, who never hangs about.
Yeah, as easy as you like for Paul Stirling there. No pace on the ball. It's an interesting field at the minute for Ram Macbeth. That slight lack of pace, as we say. He's looking to swing the ball. So he's got a deep square leg and a deep cover, and nobody behind the wicket really.
Half-hearted appeal.
It was a little bit half-hearted. So you've got Graham Hume just at short third man, nobody at fine leg, which again shows the faith that Andy McBride has in Macbeth.
7-2 offside field, so he can't afford to stray or bowl short, because Stirling will crucify him down that leg side. Oh, now I see Kate is coming out to mid-wicket.
Yeah.
So 6-3.
I was just sort of saying the faith that they've got in Ram Macbeth, that he can bowl the right line. Usually is very accurate in that off stump.
Oh, and straight away Stirling charging down the wicket to try and take him to the cleaners.
Well,
not succeeding on that occasion.
We've witnessed the last 2 games here. There's a little bit of movement early on in this deck. Paul Stirling looking to take that out of the equation. Go downtown. And that's the last 2 balls. He's kind of played outside the line.
That's up in the air, but there's nobody there. And it's another boundary for the Knights, who are literally flying away.
Stephen,
wow, it didn't go.
Not going to go, would you believe?
You must have mistimed that one.
He didn't quite get it, I don't think.
Just a couple.
That has finished a couple of inches short of the boundary over there. Yeah, when it was in the air, you thought that's almost certainly, but just pitched on the green. A little bit of backspin and just held up at the flag.
It's like my irons, they're always short.
Just held up at the flag.
Yeah.
But again, short from Ram Macbeth. Can't afford that. That's a nice shot.
Turned nicely behind square. Doherty quickly in off the boundary. Just a single. Stirling keeps the strike. He moves to 8. Ryan Adair on 3. Already several extras, and it's 16 for no wicket after 2. And the Knights are charging.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see how Ross Adair and Paul Stirling will go about this. If this was setting a target, you could be absolutely certain they'll be taking everything on. I don't see a massive sea change in their attitude, really. It's the way both of them play. Very aggressive, like to put bat to ball, hit boundaries early. So I don't really see a big change in that. other batters down the order possibly can sit in, as we talked about. It's possibly why the toss market there, Eamon Johnson decided to bring in Cade Carmichael. Does play that role in the middle order. Graham Hume though into Sterling. Touched into the leg side. Easy one. Easy one.
See the backing up there by Ross Adair, made that single easy.
Yeah.
If somebody's just standing at the bowler's end and they don't back up, then maybe that's no run.
Well, we talked about that in the first innings, possibly.
That's the whole point. It's
Yeah.
It's the way they go about it. They're switched on.
Coaches may have said that if we can break this target down, we'll get our boundaries, almost certainly. We can break this target down by singles as well. It's not bowled from Hume. Against Ross Adair. So yeah, it's just looking at the way they're going to go about it. I still think they'll try and score quickly. You know, it's not a huge total in terms of this level of game. Less than 5 and over.
Very important that the Warriors bring on the spinners early in this innings. They've got to try and find a way to keep these guys, keep the Knights quiet, and spin seems to have been the most successful tactic so far today.
Well, there's no doubt about that. If we go back to the last 2 games here at Stormont over the past week, Super Series game on Sunday, all 10 wickets for the Dragons fell with spin. They took 7 and 3 between Cara Murray and Molly Devine. They shared the wickets between them, so all 10 from that City end. And on Tuesday, 6 for Gavin Hoey. So there's no doubt that spin is paramount here. Let's say that the Warriors, I would say, I'm sure they're watching on down in the Dublin area, the Leinster Lightning, because they're affected here. George Dockrell on Tuesday called it perfectly. When he won the toss, he said, let's get the runs. And the Lightning then took a couple of wickets early and then let their spinners bowl at the middle order. And that's what the Warriors are wanting to do here. A couple of wickets early and then before the spin comes on, and let the spinners try and bowl out the middle order. That's well bowled from Hume.
Much better. He's found his line now. He's getting
This is
the
Graham
right
Hume.
length on the spot. Just a shame he came out of the traps in such shoddy manner.
Yeah, that can happen. Just first
Yep.
out of the game, you know, first up, first ball, you're not sure how the ball's going to swing, and certainly the first ball went. Just held on to it a little bit. But he's hitting his lengths now. As I say, just again, and slide down the leg side there. We got away with that a little bit.
Much better from Graham Hume. Just one off the over. Craig Young, rather. Adair on 3, Sterling 9. 17 for no wicket after 3.
Yeah, the idea here, that the plan from the team in green will be try and get at least one of these 2 out, as I say, before the spin comes on, because if they're set and the spin is called on, could be dangerous, gives them a little bit more license, play with a bit more freedom, whereas 2-3 down, might be a little bit more circumspect. Ryan Macbeth to Paul Sterling.
Oh, he's played on. Big breakthrough for the Northwest Warriors. Coming in the 4th over. Paul Sterling chopping that one down onto his stumps. And it's 17 for 1 after 3.1. Sterling has to go for 9. Bowled by Ryan Macbeth.
I have to be perfectly honest here. When I saw that ball being released, I was looking over to the leg side because I thought Paul Sterling was going to rock onto the back foot again and take it on. Well, you got to give a little bit of credit to the bowler, a little bit quicker possibly through the air, but as you can see here, as soon as the ball was released, I thought Sterling's going onto the back foot on the pull again. He maybe was thinking about it, and then just an under edge off the glove possibly. Big wicket for the Warriors, because as we know, Paul Sterling could have taken this game away very, very quickly. And we mentioned about trying to make inroads. That's exactly what they've done now. Vital before any spin comes on that there are a few back in the hutch. Now brings out James McCollum from Warringstown Cricket Club. Irish international test player. Picked up that injury at Lords when he was, to be honest, looking $1 million in that second innings. He was playing really well, running the best he's maybe not in terms of runs, obviously he had to retire, but just in his demeanour when he was hitting the ball at Lords. But pressure for him now. Macbeth into McCollum. That's a wide. Oh, he's got away with that. Yeah, he's got away with that one. Quite a wide delivery there, but yeah, massive breakthrough there, not just for the fact that it's Paul Stirling, but getting the breakthrough, just putting the lid on the Knights. Nice shot.
A little bit uppish,
Nice
but
shot.
away for the man at mid-wicket. Doherty in chase.
Just looking at
Couple of runs there.
Looking at the lineup for the Knights, this is the way they play. Send out Ross Adair, Paul Stirling, and try and blitz it away early, with the knowledge that if they do lose 1 or 2 wickets, that middle order of McCollum, Carmichael, Topping, very adept at just working round 1s and 2s.
Good delivery, accurate, straight.
So the idea would have been to get off to a bit of a flare, try and break the back of the chase in the power play, maybe get 60, 70 without loss, or at least just one. That one's gone in the 3rd over. So that just reins it in a little bit. McCollum can hit boundaries, of course, but not destructive as well as Paul Stirling would be. But he's got his role to play now. He's going to be, I would say, right now, James McCollum's been given the Stephen Doheney role. They're basically saying to him, we want you to bat for as long as you can. Don't worry about your strike rate too much. You're in there to just hold it together. As we always talk about the glue in the innings, just holding it together while others maybe be a little bit freer.
That's a top edge. It's straight to mid-wicket, and he's out. Incredible here for the Warriors. 2 in this over from Ryan Macbeth. And that's Doherty with an easy catch. And young McCollum, well, he hasn't had the chance to bat long enough to keep this innings together. He's out for 2. And at the end of the 4th over, it's a double wicket over for Ryan Macbeth, and it's 19 for 2 after 4.
It's a poor shot from James McCollum. I have to say, he's got into position, but really not staying with the ball, and it's just literally top edge that, lobbed that up to a very accepting mid-wicket. Liam Doherty there. Really good fielder, Liam Doherty. Doesn't need to be there. That's just lobbed up from McCollum, and a really disappointing and there. That was a ball to hit. Possibly Ryan Macbeth bowling a little bit quicker than we're giving him credit for, because he's hurried Stirling, and now he's hurried up James McCollum, and he's picked up 2 wickets. I wonder what will that do to Ross Adair. Ross Adair usually belligerent for the Knights. 2 down now. The dressing room will not want to see anyone back until the end of this power play on minimum. Cade Carmichael, number 8 on his back, brought back into the side today, place of Ryan Pretorius. And I can assure you, the boys in blue down in Leinster will be almost cheering the Warriors on more than they are themselves.
Slip and a gully here for Adair. Another wonderful delivery from Hume, right on the spot.
You can see Ross Adair there. He gives you a good look at all 3. He likes to come leg side, get his arms free outside the off stump. So when you're a bowler and you can see all of the stumps, it just gives you that extra little bit of confidence that you can take the wicket if you've got somebody who's really solid behind the ball. You don't even see the stumps, but you can see it here. Yeah, all three.
I can tell you the light isn't getting any better here at the ward. It's darkening up, thick clouds overhead. We could get another shower. We had a couple of sprinkles of rain at the end of the Warriors innings. Then there was a few sprinkles during the lunch break. So far, nothing too serious, but they did put a tarpaulin cover over the wicket during the break. But this is a great comeback from Hume. He's settling into his style now. Oh, and he's got them all caught up there. Didn't know whether to go back or forward to that one, Rossiter.
Yeah, good stuff now. Graham Hume, this is more like the definition of Graham Hume. This is what he's about. This is what's expected of him. He bowled exactly like this on Monday. Just stock delivery, just nipping back. A little bit short of a length, and as I say, Rossiter's giving him a good look at those stumps.
Again, beating the outside edge. 5 dots in a row, just one off his previous over after a very expensive first over from Hume. And that run rate that was momentarily up at 18 is now down to 3.93, and all of a sudden the Warriors feel like they're in the game now. Good start for them. Coming to the end of the 5th over. Played tentatively out to point. Get Kate is there. It's the end of over number 5. Hume with a maiden. And after 5, it's 19 for 2 with Rossiter on 3. And Carmichael yet to face a ball.
Yep, Kate Carmichael from Instonians there, as we say, has just come into the side again today in the place of Ryan Pretorius. He's got a job to do now for the Knights after that flying start off the first over. Warriors have fought back really well in his last over. Ryan Macbeth taking those 2 wickets, one of Paul Stirling, and then picking up James McCullum as well. So his tail is up. Stephen Alkin has just popped out for a little bit. Just wait for this delivery. Introduce our next guest. That's going to be a wide. Actually well done from Doherty behind the stumps there. That could have gone for another 4. So yeah, another really special guest with us today. Been involved in NCU cricket in particular for many years now. Been around a few clubs now, working in the Knights, played for Knights and Ireland, and current coach of the Super Series Dragons, James Cameron Dye. That's top edged. Trying to break in there, Jimmy. That's going to go for 4. Bit streaky from Kate Carmichael. We'll give you your welcome now, James. Good to see you.
Jeez, my heart was in my mouth there, Ali. not a great first ball to be sitting down to, but end result turned out okay. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. What a fantastic day, and good game of cricket we have on our hands, isn't it?
Oh, we for sure do now, especially with those 2 wickets down. It's coming down to the wire here in this game 12. Macbeth again coming in here. That's left alone. Yeah, so obviously with your Knights connections, you'll be hoping that the home side here can get over the line. But it's not going to be easy now with those 2 wickets. Still 218 runs needed.
Yeah, definitely not, Ali. It's a long way to go, and I think the Knights probably would have been looking at this and thinking the first 10 overs against the seam, bit of extra pace, ball coming onto the bat would have been key. Obviously not the start they wanted, and potentially I think the expectation is that it's only going to get harder to bat on, especially with the spinners coming into play in the middle overs. So not an ideal start, but look, there's plenty to come still. As you say, the young kid Carmichael in for Run Pretorius today. He's a good player, class act, and still a good few batters in the change room to come.
Yeah, we were just talking before you came on there about the sort of plan that the Warriors would have had, and that would have been to take a couple of wickets early and get 2-3 down before the spin comes on. And that's exactly what's happened, because when the spinners come on a little bit later, then there's less freedom for the players. If there was no wickets down when they come on, likes of Sterling and Adair can go after it a little bit. So this is the plan here. It's working perfectly for the Warriors right now. So it's got to be a little bit of a rethink from the Knights.
Yeah, very much so. And I think the Warriors will be, if you look at that field change they've just made there, Ryan Macbeth bowling with the old 7-2 offside field. Really?
Jeez. He wore that one. Scott Macbeth at point.
He's done well there. He's done well. Older brother will be happy with that. I think the Warriors probably were just looking to try and get out of this first 10 over period as undamaged as possible. As I was saying, the 7-2 offside field shows you that Ryan Macbeth's probably looking to keep the ball outside off stump and just try and frustrate the Knights. And his 2 wickets, I think they'll see definitely as a massive bonus.
Yeah, I think those wickets are a bonus, because both deliveries actually quite short of a length. Maybe a couple of feet short of a good length. And initially, as I said at the time, I thought Paul Sterling was just going to rock back and, as he had done in the previous over, just pull it across to the leg side. James McCullum maybe just new to the crease, but both of them are bonus wickets, really.
Very much so, very much. And I think it shows you it's probably a wicket that you need to take a little bit of time to get used to the pace. As Macbeth beats Carmichael on the outside there. Definitely a bit of shape on offer, isn't there?
It has been, yeah.
It
has been.
I think it's just going to take a little bit of old-fashioned batting up front, getting used to the pace of the wicket, getting stuck in. I certainly don't think there are any demons out there, but maybe just not easy to start and easy to time the ball from the get-go.
Yeah, that's been the way of it for the first 3 innings we've seen here this week. Hasn't been easy to start. 3 or 4 wickets fallen quite early in most of the innings. And then we just probably saw on camera there a few umbrellas being popped up here. It has got noticeably colder and darker. A little bit of the wet stuff just coming down at the minute.
You had a look at the forecast, Ellie?
We had quite a long look at it this morning. We did see the odd little shower, a threat of a thunderstorm because of the humidity, but we're talking 10-20% chance of it hitting us. So if it does come, I mean, well, you could be looking at the Knights looking at a huge thunderstorm coming at the minute, because of course an abandoned game would give them the trophy with the 2 points, but I don't think they can rely on that, really.
No, and I don't think they'd want to either.
No.
I think they'd be more than happy if they stayed out there and chase down the 242 that they need to win the trophy.
Oh, for definite, they definitely want to win it on the pitch, and we've mentioned it a few times this week. It's just good that we've had a bit of weather at the end of a fairly damp summer, and to get back on the pitch and finish it out there on the wicket, it's much better for all concerned to get a result out there.
As you say, this summer it's not often that the games are finished on the pitch. Unfortunately, hasn't been the most pleasant summer.
That's a nice shot off his hip. Could be 2, should be 2. Certainly is. Actually went a little bit further than I thought. Carson McCulloch down the fielding. Yeah, it's been a difficult summer for everybody. We'll probably get to one of your other roles in a moment, but just even you probably played a little bit more cricket than you really wanted to this year, just at your club side, Warringstown. It's been a very successful year for the club, reaching the All-Ireland final. Unfortunately, didn't quite get over the line that day, but we talked about it. I was on commentary that day with Cal McCallan and Al Lewis. We really enjoyed the day. Really special day down at Warringstown. On the edge, that's beaten McCulloch this time. It's going to run away. It's going to beat him. Goes for a boundary. A little bit streaky from Adair. But right now, I think he'll take everything on offer.
I think it'll be quite interesting to see how Ross goes here, because as we say earlier, there's definitely the feeling that it's going to be harder against the spin. I think he'll be aware of that, but at the same time he's probably not in a position that he can try and do too much, but it looks like he's feeling a little bit of pressure and that he needs to try and get a little bit of a move on now against the seamers.
Yeah, we've noticed in the last over, just a fairly regular thing for us, he does just let the bowler see the stumps. You know, they can get a good look at those 3 stumps. He usually whacks it over the covers, mind you, but just like that, that's well timed. But as a bowler yourself, when somebody's giving you a good look at the stumps, it just gives you that little bit of, I can see whatever. And if somebody's just blocking in front of you, I ain't getting through there, but Ross does give you a good look.
Yeah, he definitely does, and I think that's all part of who he is and what he tries to do. You know, he loves the ball in that hitting zone just outside his eye line, and he'll do anything he can, obviously, to try and get deliveries in there. So Graham Hume will be well aware of that. You can see every time Ross does move back, Graham just drops the length back slightly shorter, trying to cramp him up, trying to give him no room to free up the arms. So a little bit of cat and mouse out there.
Good contest, though. It's a really good contest between them.
Very good.
Yeah,
100%.
We've got a guy who's happy to bowl just back of a length, and a guy down the other end who doesn't like dot balls. So it's a really good contest. The dot ball merchant and the bowler against a guy who doesn't really like dot balls. So who's going to come out on top there? So 7 gone. 31 for 2. That's 2 wickets falling to Ram Macbeth. He's going to continue. So yeah, just looking at, as I say, been involved in NCU cricket, played for the Knights, and of course in the national side as well. But in terms of the Knights, kind of moved away from the Knights themselves now, Jimmy. You've moved into the women's side of things in the Northern Cricket Union, and as we mentioned earlier on, you're the current head coach of the Dragons in the Super Series. See this ball from Ram Macbeth. There's that short ball again. This time just missed. Yeah, so coach of the Dragons in the Super Series, and we'll probably talk about them in a minute, but also the women's pathway in the NCU, and it's been a very busy year, as we talked about on Tuesday, in terms of both men's and women's cricket.
Yeah, it's been hugely busy. It really has. It's, you know, every year I feel like we expand further and further and further. Yeah. The only issue is that the summers don't get any longer. So we're trying to fit a whole lot into the same period of time.
Yeah, there's only one of you.
Correct. So yeah, look, no, it really has been busy, and I think busy is a good thing in this case. You know, I think our programs are ever expanding, and you know, if I look at even in the 12-month period that I've been involved, the number of girls that we've had involved in our NCU programs and the number of fixtures, and I'm not saying by all means that we're perfect in what we're doing, but we're certainly
that's going to be 4. This field
just dragged a little bit short there, and Kate Carmichael, he's definitely looking for that slightly back of a length one, and he just helps it around the corner. As I said earlier, the field's very, very offside dominant, so there's no one behind square on the leg side, and Carmichael gets 4 for that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie, that one.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. So yeah, Ali, like we're trying to grow it as much as possible. I think we're doing a good job at that. We've got more and more girls playing. We've got more and more games happening. Clubs are buying into things, which is brilliant. It's good to see more and more clubs starting up girls' sides. That's a lovely cricket shot by Carmichael.
Yep.
Trying to compensate for the short run the ball before. I reckon Ryan Macbeth there over pitches, and Carmichael doesn't miss out on that. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, that's probably the shot of the night's innings so far. Was it wide, as you say, overcorrecting, full. It's a good. He's got quite low into the shot there and made sure that stayed along the ground. Didn't stand back and lift it in the air. So he stayed right over the top of that ball. Good technique from Carmichael. He's back-to-back boundaries.
Which will do him the world of good here. He's obviously got the top edge over the keeper's head first up. Those 2 boundaries will, touch wood, hopefully just give him a little bit of confidence, settle the nerves, and get him going. He's, as I said earlier, he's a fantastic cricketer, and he showed that in club level and at interprovincial level also. And this would be a massive innings if he really got himself stuck in and showed what he's all about.
Yeah, for sure. He's certainly taken his opportunity this year. Leaves that one alone outside the off. Yeah, so I remember actually just to our right here up in the Stormont Pavilion, coming here pre-season, a meeting you had with a lot of the clubs and the girls, the positivity that was going up out there, and it's just chatting to Paddy Grimes the other day, the number of teams, as you've mentioned, that are buying into it and trying to introduce girls' teams and women's sort of cricket. It is going back to the old numbers game. It is a numbers game. The more players we can get involved and starting to get a love of the game and enjoy the game, it's going to benefit them going forward in terms of your Super Series and Dragons team.
Yeah, 100%. And as I say, it's great to see the clubs getting involved, because at the end of the day, we can put on loads of different games and development programs and etc. But we need the numbers. It is a numbers game, and that's exactly where the clubs come in. And the clubs, as you say, mentioned that evening here, as Graham Hume drops one short to Ross Adair's a man. Oh, I'm not sure he's picked that up there, Ali.
Yeah, he didn't. It actually went a little bit further than we thought. It's getting a little bit dark out there, I suppose, but coming out of those trees possibly, but I think Ross Adair hit that a little bit better than we thought.
Yeah, and I can't quite see who that is out there.
Cameron Melly out there, I think.
I'm not sure he picked it up. He looked to move quite late, and there were a couple of boys peering over at him as if to say, what happened there? It's never a good thing.
No.
Adair just must hit that, but as you say, hit it further than we thought it was going to go.
Thought he'd spliced that into sort of mid-wicket area where there was nobody there. It's been populated now by Shane Getgate, but there was nobody there.
Yeah, as I was saying, Ali, that evening, I suppose that just sort of kick-started everything, and we saw how many people were, from parents to coaches to players, how many people were interested in the plans for the girls' game and where we wanted things to go. And those people have obviously in their clubs played a proactive role throughout the summer, and the numbers just keep on increasing, which is absolutely fantastic, because at the end of the day, I don't think you can get the quality before you have the quantity. So we need those numbers to continue increasing, and we need the clubs to keep playing their part, which they're certainly doing now.
Yep.
And hopefully we can keep building on that.
And just getting girls and women involved, not just in playing the game, but being sort of part of the game. I see a lot of NCU teams having girls and women scoring, for example, getting involved in the game that way, or helping around the ground with the admin side of things. Just grows that love of cricket and getting to watch both women's and men's cricket as well.
Yeah, very much so. As you say, that mid-wicket, Shane Getgate now into mid-wicket, just cuts that one off as Carmichael works it off his legs. Yeah, 100% right, Ali, and I think that's also one of the issues in the girls' side of the game is there's not the sort of long history as there is in the men's game, and as a result, you don't have past players in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you obviously do have some, but you don't have as many becoming umpires, becoming scorers, becoming league secretaries, admin staff, etc., etc. So there's a lot of pressure on the girls that are involved at the moment to cover all bases, which is difficult. But I think the more we see parents getting involved and the more we see clubs getting involved, the easier that'll become. And that's definitely, as I say, the way that we're going, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and just while we're talking about it, not just in the NCU, that goes for right across the country. If you are interested, if you've got a daughter playing the game or whatever, and you are interested in coming in roles that aren't just about playing, contact your union, and there'll always be a door open at somewhere. You know, that can't have enough people.
100%, 100%. And unfortunately, Ali, it looks like there's a bit of rain around now. That's another lovely shot by Cade Carmichael.
Yeah, if we do have to go off after this, that's the way to go off. And that's a beautiful shot from Cade Carmichael, and indeed, we are going to have to take a short break here. You can hear the tractor. Ross Waite's tractor gets going, and there he goes, out with the covers. It's Phil McCormick, actually. And this is a bit of a shower that was unexpected. Covers are on their way out. That's disappointing that we've had a break. We can only hope that it is just an isolated shower. That was the forecast, that it would just be quite isolated. But as you just mentioned when you came on, Jimmy, about how it's great to have this sorted out. on the pitch, and then we're getting a bit of a thunderstorm here as the players take a little bit of evasive action to get off the wicket. But we can only hope that it is a short, squally shower and it doesn't affect the game too much. With the score just before the power play, 44 for 2.
Seems to have already eased off a little bit. It's still coming down hard, but it was coming down a whole lot harder 30 seconds ago there, Ali.
Yeah, just looking at pulling the covers right across there now. So, look, we hope it's going to be a short interval here. We really do want to get back on here and get this final game in the Rario IP50 tournament decided on the pitch. But for now, we're just going to take a short break. I'll be back with you very soon.
You okay, Martin?
Yeah, yeah. Could hear a few rumbles there. Yeah. Fairly okay, Martin? Is he in up there?
Yeah.
It was always working. Always in touch with the character. No, I know now. But for Christmas, it's another
head over. See you. I'll speak to you the next day or two.
Yes,
See you, Brian.
Okay, man.
Some sort of spitty stuff is with us for a while, I think.
Well, there's the situation here at the ward in Stormont. Match abandoned due to rain. What a pity, because it was shaping up to be an excellent game of cricket. We saw the Northwest Warriors score 241 for 9 in their 50 overs, and unfortunately had 44 for 2 as the Northern Knights were closing in on that 242 target. The rain came down, and it rained sufficiently hard that unfortunately the match had to be abandoned. The wicket itself was covered, but out in the outfield down near the old scoreboard, unfortunately the ground was so soft that it was deemed to be dangerous and the match was abandoned. So effectively 2 points go to both sides, and that means that the Northern Knights are this year's Rario 50 over champions, just going ahead of Leinster Lightning and Munster Reds, 15 points to 14, and will receive the trophy presently. So the match officially abandoned due to rain, and it's 2 points aside, and the Northern Knights win the 2023 Rario 50 series for this year, and hopefully that will please their fans. The double for them now. They won the 20 over series earlier in the summer, and it's the first time they've won this trophy since it was initiated back in 2012. Leinster Lightning have won it several years in a row. Munster Reds have won it once, the very first year it was competed for, and now the Northern Knights have their hands on the trophy. So that's it from the ward, and we will be resuming cricket next Sunday in Merrion next Sunday in Malahide, when we'll be rejoining the Evoke series finale. They've got 2 matches to go. Malahide next Sunday, and the following Sunday, September the 17th, in Oak Hill for the finale of the Women's Interprovincial Series. But from now, from all of us here in HPV Studios, from Ali McCalmont and myself, Stephen Alkin, and all the crew, may I say goodbye.